Good evening. Welcome to another edition of the 411 Talk Zone Radio Show, Red Pill Edition. My name is Leon Jones, and during this segment, I'm just going to review some of the topics that I talked about over the past week, and that's going to pertain to some of the pre recorded content that I did, and also for my audience, I apologize. I did a video on Monday, talked about showing your work, tried to show my work. Somehow, either it was operator error, my fault, or I just had technical difficulties. So, what I'm going to do is present it again. Now, what I want to do is go over a few things. Good evening, Grago. Good evening, Theo in the building. What's going on here? Welcome to the 401 Talk Zone Radio Show. Brother Theo, this one might be for you because I got some information that I'm going to show you because this is what I was going to present at the Manosphere meetup. But moving on. The trend that is going around YouTube is that triple murder suicide. And I did a different take on it because I actually asked questions. What's going on, Deshaun? Welcome to the chat. My boy Osama in the building. Good evening. Well, getting back on track here. This triple murder suicide. Okay. I understand what happened at the surface. But were the questions, what's good, Angry Snowman? How come no one's asking the questions about this brother's behavior? When did this brother become irrational in his thinking? Now, I know he was irrational with his penis. He had a wife. He stuck another woman. He decided to get that other woman pregnant because he was basically negligent with his penis. No dick discipline. This is what happens. And all this took place in my home state of Maryland. Now, I'm just going to say this. What was the cause of this brother to kill two people and himself? These are questions that no one's asking. Did he off himself after he killed two people so he wouldn't go to jail? I'm going to get on that topic. And then also, I'm going to present something that a number of individuals don't do. And it's going to be my Show Your Work series. And I'm actually going to show my work. And this is information. And Brother Theo, you can check it out for yourself. This is everything that I've done, whether it's been in grad school, whether it's on my job, you name it. Because one thing I saw when it came to the Manosphere meetup was a lot of us, we got there. Brother Theo did a good job presenting IT. Shout out to him. That is a very difficult topic to do. However, at the end of the day, you got to show your work. Let me get some of the chats here. The Angry Snowman says, I'm confused as to why so many folks in the manosphere are condoning what he did, as far as being okay with it and not realizing the selfishness that he showed with his actions. Uh, that's true. See, I'm asking the questions, what made him tick? Now, I realize that there are a number of individuals, and myself, I've been down that road with the child support system as well. I know how unfair it was. In fact, last night, and shout out to Brother Nate, I was on his chat and I was on his panel, but somebody said that health insurance wasn't part of child support. Well, in the state of Virginia, in the late 90s, health insurance was part of child support. And I can remember getting $7.50 an hour, which is a gross income of $300 a week, because at that time I got paid weekly. Well, when they added child support and health insurance together, plus taxes, I ended up getting a measly $25 a week. And with that amount of money, what could I do? Not a darn thing. Let's see what Brother Osama is doing. Nobody is condoning what he did. We're discussing the psychology of what happened. Now, that's true. Well, Brother Osama, I'm basically discussing the psychology, and I'm going to tie that in just a minute with how I got where I got. If you saw my video last night, because there are a number of individuals looking at what he did through a video. However, this brother, and I don't even remember his name, and I don't care what his name is, because my job is to get down to the bottom of it with the facts. Now, what was the motive? Did these two women plot it? Were these two women influenced by other women in their family? See, those are questions that nobody is asking. Now, I'm going to say this, and I'm going to go into something that is going to tie everything in. Now, if it was depression, let me share my screen when it comes to depression here, because depression is something big. And when it comes to depression, a lot of us, we don't even know about depression. But I'm going to nip that in the bud right now. Okay. Talking about depression. You know, if it was depression, and let me know if you all can read it. If you can't, I'll make it bigger. But looking at depression, from my humble, what is depression? It's basically a common and serious illness that negatively affects how you feel, the way you think, how you act. Fortunately, it also has references for being treatable. Depression causes feelings of sadness and or loss of interest in activities you once enjoyed. It can lead to a variety of emotional and physical problems, and it can also decrease your ability to function at work or at home. Now, dealing with this brother, dealing with this guy, he had some emotional issues. Salute Deacon Dave. Salute to you, Brother Free Zone. But getting into this depression, again, you have symptoms that go along with depression. And this is what individuals aren't understanding. Okay, now, when you have depression, you're going to feel sad. Your mood is going to be depressed. You're also going to have a loss of interest or pleasure in activities that you've already enjoyed. Plus, there's going to be weight loss, or you're going to overeat. You're going to have insomnia or hyposomnia, which means you're going to get too much sleep. You're not going to have energy. Now, why am I saying all this? Well, for 3 years, this brother was going through a stressful custody case. And of course, all the protections that his wife put out on him They were all denied. Why? Now, I believe that there was some alleged. And when you hear the word alleged, it doesn't mean it's factual, it's alleged. Now, when it comes to depression, this last point I'm going to make, thoughts of death or suicide. Probably felt worthless or guilty. Had difficulty thinking. I don't know. But there's so many people talking about it. Shout out to Be Easy in the building. But a number of individuals don't really have the facts. They're basically guessing. Because, again, when it comes to depression, some of us have had depression. Well, depression can last 2 weeks. It may present a change to your previous level of function. Now, medical conditions such as thyroid or brain tumors could take place, so you could have a vitamin deficiency. Now, statistical wise, and again, these are not my statistics. These are by the American Psychological Association. Look them up for yourself, known as the APA. It basically affects just 1 in 15 adults in any given year, and 1 in 6 people, they will experience depression at some time in their life. Now, depression can occur at any time, but on average, first appears during the late teens to mid-20s. Now, women are more likely than men to experience depression, because some studies show that 1/3 of women will have experienced depression in their lifetime, and it'll be an episode. So there's a high degree of hereditariness or heredity from family. And that's approximately 40% with first degree relatives, which as parents, children, and siblings have depression. This is what individuals aren't understanding. And I'm trying to figure this out. Now, the Angry Snowman says, I was diagnosed manic depressive and saw a counselor for around 8 years to learn how to deal with it. That's good, because a number of people really, they don't know how to deal with it. They don't want to deal with it. Now, Grago says a lot of women take antidepressants more than ever as well. Well, there are a number of people, Grago, who are on medication than they've ever been as well, because a number of us are basically addicted to medication. And all we're doing when we take medication, we're actually temporarily relieving the symptoms. That's all we're doing. That's why we have to keep refilling our bottles up with medication, and we're making pharmaceuticals rich. But with this triple murder suicide, one has to ask, what was the motive? Was it the court system? Was it his ex-wife, or was his ex-female friend and ex-wife? Was he plotting on him? Now, I said it last night. You're a woman and you don't want me to see my children. Fuck it, I won't see them. I will explain the details when they get older. And if that doesn't work, I can always make more children. One thing that I'm going to tell you, and this is going to sound cruel, children are only there to keep the lineage going. That's it. At the end of the day, most of us love our children too much anyway. We won't let them go. Now, Grago says, I'm not against medication, but I'm more of a solution-based person. All medication does is regulate, which can be fine, but it numbs you from feeling, which is unhealthy. Well, again, medicine, for the most part, just relieves the symptoms. That's it. Jenny V, good evening. Welcome to the chat. All right. I learned how to do it without medication. I didn't like what psych meds did to me, the nightmares, the lack of feeling anything. I know when I was having serious depression, all I did was sleep. That's generally what you're going to do. And I'm going to break more into this because I did this last night. If you want to see the full video, about an hour and 4 minutes. So I'm going over it again because too many individuals seem like, okay, they're looking at this triple murder suicide. However, they're not getting into the nuts and bolts. I am looking at the behavior. Behavior deals with psychology. So let me move on and share some more information because I'm going to break down the difference between bereavement and depression. Because, of course, when we deal with bereavement, of course, we deal with the death of a loved one, the loss of a job, or the ending of a relationship. And I say that because there is some difficulty. But even when you deal with bereavement, you have to ask yourself, what's the difference between the two? Now, again, when it comes to bereavement, it is normal for feelings of sadness or grief to develop in response to such situations. Now, those who are experiencing loss might often describe themselves as being depressed. But being said, it's not the same as having depression. The grieving process is natural and unique to each individual, and it shares some of the same features of depression. Both grief and depression may involve intense sadness and withdrawal from usual activities. They are also different in important ways. And here's where I'm going to break it down. You see, when we deal with grief or grieving, feelings that are very painful come in waves, often intermixed with positive memories of the deceased. Now, in major depression, mood and or interest pleasure are decreased for mostly 2 weeks. Now, in grief, self-esteem is usually maintained. In major depression, feelings of worthiness and self-loathing, they're all common. Now, in depression, feelings of worthiness, again, worthiness, lethargicness, forgot to use that word, they're going to be common. In grief or grieving, thoughts of death may surface when thinking of or fantasizing about joining the deceased loved one. Now, in major depression, thoughts are focused on ending one's life due to feeling worthless or undeserving of living or being unable to cope with the pain of depression. Now, do you think that this individual who was the head of this triple murder suicide in Maryland, did he not have suicidal thoughts? Because when it comes to people, grief and depression can coexist for some people. The death of a loved one, losing a job, or being a victim of a physical assault or a major disaster. And if you don't think about this, look what's going on in Kentucky with that tornado where you had almost 100 people in that state and other states killed. Is there not grief going on, depression going on there? So when grief and depression co-occur, the grief is more severe and it lasts longer than grief without depression. Now, I'm saying this because right now there are a number of us who are in the state of depression and we don't know it. Free Zone Lou says much of depression is being in situation with that you don't feel you have the ability to solve. It runs in my family, and therapy didn't help attacking my problems head on, cured a lot of it. Well, that's heredity. That's why you had some problems. You were able to deal with it yourself. Some people aren't able to deal with it. Jenny V, I think there is sadly a stigma to men seeking help with depression. Well, again, here in America, Jenny V, men aren't believed for having any feelings at all. Men aren't believed when it comes to domestic violence. And that's another thing that can lead to this so-called triple murder that took place. Was there ever any domestic violence? And everybody thinks domestic violence is man on woman. Lesbian relationships have higher domestic violence rates. I never understood holiday blues until this year. I've been thinking about my grandma. She loved Christmas. Well, this is the time of year, and again, the triple murder. The brother said he had no family. So, in essence, he thought he was losing his kids. His kids were his all. And I want to say this to men. This is why you need to have hobbies. I have hobbies. If you have hobbies, you're not going to miss anyone. Around this time, I'm getting some wings. I'm getting some little smokies. I'm watching some football. That's what I'm watching. And I'm going to be in all day enjoying myself. And if anybody wants to get to me, they'll have to catch me on a Monday or so because, see, I have hobbies. I don't allow life to get me down. And again, I know when you have kids and you want to be around your kids, I understand. Men have more feelings than women, I'm starting to think. Well, the bottom line is, Grago, men have always had feelings, but we've always been told not to share our feelings. We've always been told that men don't cry. We've always been told that we're not a man if we have feelings. Osama, having the feeling like no one has no control is huge. Here in the States, men are held at a very high standard with the goalposts moving every day. Hence, I will always state to live within myself. Facts. A lot of us, men, we're going to be held at a higher standard. We have to take accountability and responsibility for everything. You know, a number of women really don't. And this is why a number of women have this so-called power that they've accomplished something. No, they haven't. Everything's already been built for you. Many of you will never be able to build anything because you can't work together. Angry Snowman, the first 2 years after my mom passed, I couldn't celebrate Christmas. I just sat by myself in a room and didn't want anyone to bother me. It was the hardest thing to deal with. Well, that's what happens when you are struggling with depression. And that's where I'm going with what happened in Maryland. Depression. Men exhibit their feelings different from women, but they don't have more emotions. Men have to control it. Facts right there. Men do have to control it. We can't lose it. Jenny V, she has 2 sons, both 27 and 25. And I hope they don't live with you. I hope they're living on their own, because that can cause you some depression as well when you have grown kids living with you. Jenny V says she's lost 3 kids to suicide, all to do with depression and all male. And again, when it comes to suicide rates, males have a higher rate of suicide than females, about 3 times as high. And just like I said, depression does cause suicide. And nobody really knows this because they really don't look into it. Now, that's true as well, Angry Snowman. Men usually bottle it up inside until it becomes a ticking time bomb. Do you think that's what this guy did? You know, you're going through 3 years of a custody battle. Don't think he was getting bottled up? Sure, he was getting bottled up. He felt he couldn't do anything. He felt society wasn't on his side. And generally, society is not on your side. Osama says another thing. Sometimes that's very, very factual, Osama. You got to leave toxic friends. and family members cold turkey. Negative energy is a killer. Exactly. Exactly. Facts. Grago says, I'm starting to think a lot of women are like children. Well, Grago, if you heard some of my videos in the past, and you can hear a lot of them, a number of women are children. They're petulant children. I've been saying that for years. Angry Snowman, my wife and 3 of my friends saved me from committing suicide about 6 years ago. My mom is Mexican. Shout out to you. You're pretty new, but this person says men don't know how to ask for help even if they have supportive family. That's true. That's true. But also to flip it, men aren't believed if they have a problem either, because to be a man, it's not to complain about problems. We have to hold everything in too. Now, that being said, let me move on. Now, when we deal with depression, there's also risk factors, biochemistry. That's when you have differences in certain chemicals in the brain that may contribute to symptoms of depression. Genetics runs in families. For example, if one identical twin has depression, the other has a 70% chance of having an illness sometime in life. Personality contributes to it. Okay, does this person have a low self-esteem? Usually individuals who have low self-esteem are easily overwhelmed by stress, and they also think in pessimistic terms, and they have an irrational behavior. And environment is a big one, because if you have constant or continuous exposure to violence, neglect, abuse, or poverty, that is definitely going to make individuals vulnerable to depression. Now, how is depression treated? Well, just like any other mental illness, you have to be able to treat it. You have to be able to kick it in the butt. Now, in order to do that, there has to be a problem. Welcome, God King, to the building. We're talking about depression. We're talking about this individual that committed this triple murder. You have to unmute yourself if you want to get in. Let me go back and read some of these comments. I think being childlike in some ways can be good because it can add color to a guy's life, but they weaponize it to take advantage of men. No, when you're an adult, you should never be childlike. No way, Jose.
Youthful energy is okay, but not childlike.
That's facts. That's definitely facts. And also, men need to open up to other men. Sometimes just openly saying it and getting it off your chest is the first step. That's facts as well. Now, can I zoom in? All right, I'm zooming in. This is hold on. Let me take comment off, and this is how this is me zooming in, and this is how depression is treated. I don't know if anybody can see. Can you see that, brother Guy King? Because it is very important, because depression is a mental disorder that is the most treatable, particularly when 80 and 90% of people with depression eventually respond well to treatment. Almost all patients gain some relief from their symptoms. Now, before a diagnosis or treatment is taken, a health professional should conduct a thorough diagnostic evaluation, including an interview and a physical examination, because in some cases, a blood test may be done to make sure that the depression is not due to a mental condition, like a thyroid problem or a vitamin deficiency, which reversing the medical cause would alleviate the depression-like symptoms. Now, the evaluation will basically identify the specific symptoms and explore medical and family histories, as well as other cultural and environmental factors, with the goal of arriving at a diagnosis and planning a course of action. That's where I'm going. Shout out to brother Cortez Smith. Brother Guy King, give me some thoughts on this depression. Have you ever had depression? You're still
Yeah.
muted. Yeah, go ahead,
Not,
bro.
maybe not the serious clinical type, but man, when the red pill first hit me, it was kind of depressing, man.
And how so?
Finding out that things just aren't what we're taught it was. They're just not. It's not what this society wants us to believe it is. And at some point, when you really digest the red pill all the way, it kind of makes you black pill. If you truly digest the red pill, it makes you black pill, and black pill is depressing because you realize it's not going to get any better.
Well, brother,
it is what it is, and it's not going to change. So that's my little bit of depression, but that's not clinical per se.
But basically, what I'm connecting here is to that triple murder suicide that took place in my home state of Maryland, where this brother killed his ex-girlfriend, his ex-wife. His ex-girlfriend was pregnant. His ex-wife had kids. His ex-wife and him were going through a custody battle for 3 years. And just looking at the situation, he offed himself because he didn't want to go to jail and had to deal with the consequences while he was behind bars. What say you? Because domestic violence takes place. It could have taken place.
How do they know? I mean, is it speculation? How do they know what was going through this guy's head?
Well, that's you have a number of individuals we don't know. Okay, now me, I like to look at the behavior to break down a person's mindset here. Most of the people are looking at the surface of the actual murder suicides that have taken place. I didn't go along that way because I had questions. Because when I mentioned environment, that he come from an environment that he was impoverished. He didn't look like it, but even though you don't look like something, he could have. So what I'm doing is basically giving you some speculation. I don't like to speculate. However, something drove this brother to snap. Now, it's not the first time I've heard this before. About 2014, I heard this same situation in Dover, Delaware, where the gunman was the estranged father. He killed the judge, the lawyer, and the ex-wife at the courthouse. I've seen that happen. I've heard that happen.
I don't think that's depression. And possibly this case with this guy this week, that's not depression either. It could be anger and ego.
Well, that's another area to go, because even though there's depression, other mental disorders could come into the fray. You could have bipolarism. Anger was also a part of it. That's a good point. And see, I couldn't get everything in an hour and 40-minute video, but there's so many people talking about just the murder part. Now, I've always said this for individuals who have kids. You have to understand, if you are utilizing your kids or using them as a pawn, these days things are going to happen. Shout out to computer robots in the building. And Jenny V says, we need to change the way professionals look at male depression. My nephew went to the doctor because he was having issues with mental health, and the doctor told him to do more work. Well, that's also a problem right there too, because again, we guys are looked at as not having feelings at all. We have to control our feelings. That's a problem. What say you, Brother King?
Yeah, think about the feelings. Yeah. Guys should be able to let their feelings out more. without being overly emotional, you know. But I still think, and this is just my personal view on it, I think that depression gets blamed, or a lot of things get lumped into depression that to me is not depression. It has to do with ego and anger and other issues. I think I think that depressed people, if they're gonna do something like murder or suicide, it would be suicide. It wouldn't be them going out to take out other people with them. But that's just my view.
Well, because even prior to that, there was a high school shooting in Michigan. We don't know what these individuals are going through. And again, being black, the problem with us blacks is most of us don't even ask for help. We think it's a white person's problem. And again, we're basically with depression, we can talk everything we can about, okay, medication, but at the end of the day, what does medication really do? There's psychotherapy as well, and there's treatment known as cognitive behavioral therapy. That's also been an effective way to treat depression. But again, when it comes to domestic violence or when it comes to child custody, there are going to be other issues that are going to come with that. And where I fault, and I don't even know the brother's name. What I fault him is he got another woman pregnant. And that's a big problem. And the ex-wife is going to use the kids against him, and that's also a problem. But a lot of us really don't see what the men go through. Angry Snowman says what needs to be changed is the way the system takes advantage of men and perpetuates women to be an active art of it simply to generate revenue. Well, that's true, but society also believes women. What say you, Brother Guy King?
What did you just say at the end? You said society also something I missed it.
Well, they use the system, okay. They believe women, but the system is also simply used to generate revenue for states, like child support. So they use the women's word because the women don't make the money like the men do. The men make the money, so that's why men are more apt to having to pay child support than women.
Yeah, society just using women to enslave men, basically. Women are a tool being used as a tool for the men who run society to enslave the other men, the little guy, so to speak. Women are just a tool. That's why I say the politicians and the guys enforcing these unjust laws, those guys really are not simps. A lot of people call them simps. I don't think they're simps. I think they're more like pimps. They're more like pimps instead of simps because they're using the women as a tool to abuse the rest of us out here.
Now, understood. Now, Jenny V says a lot of women don't think men have breaking points. They think they can get through everything or they can throw everything at a man and he's supposed to deal with it. The weight is of the world. It's a heavy burden. So men have heavy burdens to deal with. We have to be accountable and responsible for everything. And
not only that, I'm sorry, go ahead.
And at some point, it's going to be too much for us and we're going to snap.
Yeah. Not only that, men are expected to have no expectations, no standards around most communities, especially Black American. Men are expected to just be there. Just be there. No standards. You're weird if you have any type of standards. If you demand any type of expectations that you have for family or for the woman you're with or for women in general. That's a problem if you're a man. So it's completely backwards.
Right. So Grago says, I've seen a lot of ways women use religion specifically, and this goes by something you did a while back, Brother King, when you did the Christian females on that video. Christianity to stay like children instead of taking responsibility and to admit that anything they do is wrong, it needs to be called out. What say you? Because I remember you did that video roughly 4 years ago, and we all saw it about the Christian women.
Yeah, yeah. The Christian thing is it's rough, man. It's a form of insanity in my opinion. It's a form of insanity, and it would be nice if the Christian women actually lived by the scriptures, all those scriptures that they themselves do not read and do not know. It would be better, but no, they're just using it as a way to not have to answer to a man. You know, they can say that they've got their faith in the Lord, they're trusting in God, that's who they submit to, and it belittles the actual men that are right in their face. You know, that's
Right.
why when I buy food from a woman, I don't allow them to say grace to anybody other than me. And I've lost a few over that.
Oh, yeah, share that with us. I've never
Yeah,
heard
I
of it.
I don't allow women to say grace, like where they're thanking God for some food that I just bought. No, I don't play that one.
Wow.
Yeah.
Boy,
They think I'm crazy, but believe it or not, there's been some that they got with my program. They got with it.
right.
And those are the only ones I want anyway. Those are the only ones I
Okay.
want to deal with anyway. So it's
Well,
all good.
Angry Snowman says, in what logical world would you ever think someone who is incapable of financially supporting a child should be the custodian caregiver? If you need someone else's money to raise them, you you shouldn't have children. I'm just going to say that that's true. Uh, a number of women have custody of these children and they can't raise them. But I'm gonna play devil's advocate. There's some guys out there who don't want the children themselves. Now, I know I've had children myself. I know how it can be, bro. Grago says it makes believers who trust in a faith alone salvation look bad because I actually try to live by what the Bible says. Okay, that's fair, but there are some people out there who aren't into the Bible. Go ahead, Brother King.
No, people living by the Bible are totally different than your typical Christian. The typical Christian they're lost souls, man. In my opinion, they are lost souls typically. And a lot of them, they don't like people around them who actually know the scriptures and live by the scriptures. They don't like that because it makes it hard for them because they're not trying to live by that. They're just trying to profess that they believe, and then, you know, they're going to go to heaven because they believe no matter what they do, you know.
Right. Well, the Angry Snowman says Christian women are some of the biggest hypocrites when it comes to children and separate homes. I remember you said that also, Brother Guy King, when it came to the Christian women. I wish I could have pulled that video up that you did. I remember that. I remember everything you said.
That channel hadn't got flagged down.
Right. Well, while we're on religion, Jenny V says, I heard someone say if you go to a church and the women outnumber the men, go to a different church. Facts, because a number of men don't go to church these days. Oh, I know I don't. And I profess not to go back. I haven't been to a real service since 1989 because of what's going on.
The church is just a social club. The preacher, he can't really tell the truth because he would lose his audience and his income.
Got Angry Snowman in the building. What's going on, bro?
Oh, your guy up here speaking my language, man.
All right. Well, my mom is Mexican. just because someone is a Christian doesn't make them perfect. There are crappy folks in all areas of life. I would never eat with you for allowing me to pray just because you hate my religion.
Well, you got to understand, most of these angry, hateful single moms use Christianity as their excuse, and they're basically like their shield as to why they can get away with doing the shit they do to their children's father and to their children ultimately, because what most of them don't even realize is that they're harming their children more than they're harming the father.
Right.
Absolutely.
You know,
but they don't care about they don't care about children usually.
Most of them don't. All they care about is that money, that paycheck, that check they get every week. And really, that check ain't nothing, dude. If you want my opinion, anybody can hand over money to a woman, but it takes a real man to be a father to their children.
Absolutely. I agree.
Now,
can I say something real quick, Leon? Sorry to cut you off.
Go ahead.
I recently heard a BW. She said that I think it was on. It might have been on one of those shorts videos on YouTube. I can't remember. I saw it, but she says children don't need a father; they only need a father figure.
You want to hear something that my ex told me one time? Because I have 2 adult children that I had when I was still basically in high school. I mean, I had my oldest when I was in high school, so I was basically a kid myself when I had my daughter. She's 24 now, and I was, I think, 20 when I had my son, who's now 22. All right. And I was absent a good portion of their life because me and their mom separated, early on in their life. I think he was maybe a year or 2 old, and his sister was only like 3 or 4 years old when me and her separated. So I spent the majority of their life working, and I was in construction. So I chased, construction work wherever it took me, even if it took me out of state, wherever. If I was gone for 3-4 months at a time, that's what I did to make sure those kids were, financially provided for. And those kids resent me for it. But this woman actually, my ex that I have my teenagers with now, when me and her separated, about midway through our separation, she looked at me one time and she said, you never put this much effort into seeing your older 2 kids, Skylar and Riley. I don't understand why you put this much effort into making sure that you're here for Grace and Colin's life.
Wow.
Now, who says some shit like that?
Yeah, who does?
And doesn't sit back and think, well, maybe this guy, realized he made mistakes with his older kids and he doesn't want to make the same mistakes over again.
Well, that's another thing, Brother Angry Snowman. We're taught that being fathers, we got to be perfect. And at the end of the day, we're not perfect. And it seems to me that men, we have to do everything high standards, or we're simply failures. I don't know how we have allowed society to dictate that, but we do.
Well, let's just be realistic about it. Unless you're in a real patriarchal marriage nowadays, the only thing dads are is a fucking ATM machine. That's all they are.
And a sperm donor.
And with that situation you just explained, possibly you doing a great job as a father, it's making her look bad because now she has to step her game up to match you.
Well, that's exactly what it was doing. It was making her look bad so much to the point that she's actually kidnapped my kids and kept them from me for the last it's been 3.5 years now since I've gotten to even speak to them.
Damn.
Well, I'm going to say this, brother.
And, there comes a point where look, dude, you just can't keep spending money in court.
Well, I'm going to say this, and this is going to sound harsh. Look, and this is just my belief, and it's going to be cold. You can make more kids.
Well, that's what I did. Me and my wife, we've been married now for going on 6 years. We've been together for going on 9 years. We have a 6-year-old and a 2-year-old together, and that's the thing is I can't look. The only thing I can do at this point is I exhausted all my options. I spent all the money I was willing to spend on it, in the court system, and the court system basically not do shit about it, not hammer up. Dude, I could have, dude, I had like over 130 different contempt of court charges that I filed on her, and they didn't give a shit.
Well, Grago says, what gets to me is when Christian women will say all of these things they want in a man, but they are some of the most unrighteous women. Brother Guy King, this is up your way. A righteous man deserves a righteous woman. What say you?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds good, but it just seems, when I observe society, it seems that
Unrealistic.
well, it seems that what am I trying to say? The opposites attract. That's basically what I'm saying. So there are good on both sides, men and women, and it seems like the good women end up with terrible dudes, and vice versa.
Well, you know what, Sigma? As far as religion goes, I think that would be, a valid statement if the fact that most churches today are the farthest thing from a church, and they also help perpetuate the single motherhood fucking problem that we have as well.
Yes, indeed.
And shout out to Free Zone Lou in the building. What's going on, bro?
Man, what's popping? What's popping, everybody? This is a great topic, man. It's a great topic. And I got some slack because I know you. So I had this I went into this thing. Was it yesterday? I was on Lady A's panel.
I know. I saw you.
Yeah, man. And yeah, it's just something. And I know it's more difficult for others to understand the concept. Everybody's situation is different, but for me, a lot of it was just the ability, like a lot of what we call depression. I believe in being depressed. You know what I'm saying? I know that feeling, but a lot of times there's a culture that basically takes advantage of a depressed person, and they expand it out to it being a disease. And then there's this, the route that I think the issue is the remedies for depression. When you have to sit with the therapist and you have to take the mind altering drugs, I'm completely against that. But
them drugs suck, bro.
Dude, but we had shout out to Samantha P. She was out there dropping knowledge on how different ways that you could cope with if it's a chemical imbalance, if it's
A lot of times you can change your diet and it'll help with it.
Yo, I be in the gym. When I got in the gym, that changed the game for me, because in the gym, it allows me to work those thoughts and feelings and stuff and things out. And a lot of times I found great solutions to a lot of my problems in the gym.
And see,
like I told you in the chat, man, I got 15 years worth of journals that I've been writing in for 15 years. Every time I have a depressive thought or an anxious thought or just a crazy thought, I write it down. Plus being a musician and an artist, those are two things that I can really focus on, and that helps big time as well.
And also getting some sleep, not too much, because you can have hypersomnia, which you're getting too much sleep, or insomnia where you're getting too little sleep. And cognitive behavioral therapy is one that could help too. And basically, I was going over what was being involved behavior wise with this triple murder suicide yesterday, and everybody's looking at what happened, but they're not digging deep at, okay, where did the anger come from? What was the background of all these individuals? See,
if you looked at that dude's eyes in that video, they were empty.
There
was
gone.
Nothing behind them.
He was out of there. He was out of there.
Sounded kind of calm too with what he was saying, and that bothered me. I mean, that's you can almost tie some schizophrenia in with that as well.
I think it was just to be quite honest with you, my assessment from it, just because I know what it's like to be where he's at, where he was at. I know what it's like to be pushed, and that's a man that was literally pushed to where he felt he had no other option, and he was not going to allow another woman to do to him what his first kid's mom did to him. And since he offed the first one, he might as well off the second one and be done with it.
Well, the first one he offed was the one I don't know if they were still married or not.
No, they were just boyfriend and girlfriend, he said.
Well, that was the pregnant girl he offed, and then he had his other kids in the car because there are questions about that, because the ex-wife claimed that he was molesting and abusing the children. That's one of the weapons that a number of women will use. But if that were happening, what are the two kids doing in his car?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it was his visitation week.
It was to my understanding, it was an ongoing thing. So it's not like just because she makes that type of claim, then it's all of a sudden we got to take your kids. There's this long due process. There's this long process that has to occur. And we were looking at an article as like, he was a pretty violent dude. Like, this isn't just a one-off thing. There's a lot of breadcrumbs, not just on his side, but on the ex-girlfriend's side too. And she was wild. You know what I'm saying? So it was a whole situation.
A very toxic situation in and of itself.
And see, that's what I'm talking about. Nobody but me and you guys are here talking about that. That's why I said you got to go deeper than the surface. So that's why I started off plugging away with depression. And the reason why I use depression, because stress can be involved with the depression. Eating disorders can be involved with depression. Insomnia, hypersomnia, lethargicness can be involved with depression. And even bipolarism and schizophrenia can also be involved. That's why I use depression, because it's one of the mental disorders that can be easily cured if you do it right.
Well, Leon, Free Zone actually hit on something yesterday too that makes a whole lot of sense. Is, you have a lot of people trying to claim, claim that this man was a high value man. But if he was a high value man, where was the network of people around him to talk him down from doing something this drastic?
Shout out to Oliver.
And see now, this is why you're here on the 411 Talk Zone radio show. We're digging in. Nobody else is really digging in. And Grago says, my mom is a Mexican. It's not the belief system of Christianity that they don't respect or the Bible, but it's how many Christians weaponize their faith. Well, I know when
that's true. That's absolutely true. The problem is that when you have to congregate with the rest of the people and go to church, as it were, there's very few churches in America now that are worth their salt. You know what I'm saying? So because of that, you have to resort to you have to basically resort to groups, which there's nothing wrong with that. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Whatever keeps your faith insulated. That's as far as religion goes, for me, it's like my general conception of it is that whatever makes you a better person, whatever it is, I don't really, to each his own. You know what I'm saying? Like, I've
addressed that comment.
Somebody address it. You all need to get to know a woman. I mean,
that's Latin Patriot is who that is.
Really?
Yeah, she changed her name.
Yeah.
Oh.
And look, the bottom line is first off, I never once have I not taken responsibility for my own part and what was going on. But at the end of the day, your statement is very inaccurate at the end, because women are the ones that have the final decision on whether or not they're going to let a man do what he's going to do for a child to be produced. Plain and simple.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with that comment from her, but
I do too.
In a different way. The reason I agree with the comment is I think we need to hold the government accountable, and it's mostly men. I mean, it's men who gave them the right to vote. It's men who enforce child support. It's usually male judges who give fathers trouble.
Yep. It was a man who enacted the No Fault Divorce Act.
No fault divorce. Ronald Reagan was the first to bring it over.
Oh yeah, and Jenny V says a lot of men get women to sign prenups. Why don't they get something drawn up for the women they're about to sleep with, stating that if a child is produced, they agree to a 50-50
Well,
parenting?
what happened to the fact that the child is supposed to be the property of the man anyhow?
There's
Maybe.
that. There is that. It's a
Well,
mess, man. It's a mess. One big issue, even outside of just mental health, even in regards to this guy, um, there is a credence to the vetting process, but the reality of it
Absolutely.
is that most people are like, he could be great at his job, right? Stellar individual, whatever. But as far as relationships, he's completely novice in that department. So he was probably a blue pill guy that had dreams of. He's probably like a guy. I don't want to speculate, I guess, but he comes off blue pill. Like, you don't get to that point where I don't know, man. Is this a red pill thing? Is this a red pill rage kind of thing?
You know, I think I don't believe it's red pill rage. I believe it's anger. Rage.
Just smooth, just straight anger.
It has to be free zone because all right, he was going through 3 years of a custody battle. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
uh, heck, what happens when you get past rage? You become a savage then. I mean,
Right.
and then you start having thoughts of, often yourself or often somebody. I'm just going to be politically correct with the terms here
Mm-hmm.
because like my mom is Mexican. Is the church supposed to turn the sinful women with children away? It wouldn't be right to turn anyone away.
technically, that's not red pill. He took the easy way out.
Right. I was just asking. I don't like. I mean, when I figured out what it really was with women, I didn't have any thoughts of offing anybody. I just was upset with this. You know what I'm saying? It's just like it is what it is. But that's kind of always been my personality. There are no victims, only volunteers. That's always been. Even when I was blue pill, that was always my mindset. So I just had to deal with, okay, this is what it is. This is how women are. This is how relationships, what I'm saying, should be. And once I kind of realized that what I thought how it should be isn't how it is, then I'm like, my personality just kind of leans into it. I'm a realist. You know what I'm
No,
Now,
saying? So
and let's be realistic, though, Free Zone. We as men really need to get better about picking our partners. We really do.
yeah, that's why I didn't
absolutely,
I didn't
absolutely.
bring it up, but I didn't do the rules. But my mom is Mexican. Says and I'm just going to paraphrase his comment here. Is it going to be simple to turn? Well, should the church turn women who are sinful with children away? It wouldn't be right to turn anyone away. Again, I believe what Guy King says. A number of individuals hide behind church anyway.
Could
Um,
I could I ask a question
Mhm.
yes,
to the panel? How many great women have you guys met? I would just say, let's just say the past 5 years or past 10 years. How many great women?
One.
One?
Uh,
Anybody else?
that's a good question.
one.
Now,
I've met a few.
She's
Met a
here.
few.
She's here
Um,
today.
yeah, I met a few.
And honestly, to be honest with you, Sigma, I didn't meet that one until I got to a point to where I didn't date women and I just started womanizing them.
Smash
I
and
can
dash.
believe it.
That's all you need
Yeah.
to say, bro.
What about you, Leon? How many great women have you met in the past decade?
One.
And but you guys have probably met so many more women that were not great. Am I right?
I knew.
Absolutely.
I was about to
Mhm.
say that's where you're going. Correct.
Yeah.
I actually, brother King, there was one a long time ago, and I can remember. I never even met her. You know what? The first thing she was asking me,
How much money you made?
well, almost she asked me, "Can you give me $50?" So, when a woman asks me something like that, then I kind of give a smart aleck answer, and you probably know what my question is. You guys already know what I'm gonna say.
Oh,
Dude, I've
yeah.
met a truckload of strags in the last 10 years. I had a woman tell me that ask me if I was gay because I didn't want to have a one night stand with her because I was married.
Damn.
Damn. Yeah.
I mean,
No,
tell me that ain't a
I've had a
strag.
big chick call me that. I've had a big chick at work call me that because I wasn't flirting back with her because she's twice my size.
And look, dude, women are bold. They'll flirt with you right in front of your wife.
You know what? That's a matter of fact true because over the summer, you know, me and Tommy Dream were driving downtown Indianapolis, and these young girls were asking me a dumb question. Was I going to a rap concert? I'm like, what the hell?
Right. Hey, I do got to spin that the other way though, because I in the same way that I haven't seen many great men. I've seen more great men than I've seen great women, but there's not a lot of great men like that.
You're
That's
telling
true.
me. Yeah,
You
you're right.
know what I'm saying? So it's like for most guys, even if they did meet a great woman, maybe they they don't stack up, and it might even be because of bad timing. It might be
Look, dude, Free Zone, I'm telling you, it goes right back to what we have said for the last year that we've all been talking. It's this single mama epidemic, man. What the fuck do you expect guys to do when they don't have a male role model to teach them how to be a man, and they have a mama who's out, just passing it out to any Tom, Dick, and Harry that will throw her $50.
right.
Yeah. I got my boy Osama in the building. What's going on, bro?
Hey, what's going on, brother Leon? Man, who else do we have on the panel right now?
You got the Angry Snowman, you got my brother Guy King, you got Free Zone, and you got me, of course.
Okay, what's going on, Guy King? What's going on, Angry Snowman? What's going on, Free Zone? Good to see you guys in here.
What's good?
Oh man, everything is prosperous. No complaints over here. Just came. I actually stepped out for a few minutes. So what are you guys talking about right now, brother Leon?
We're basically talking about what went on with this guy. He offed himself and his ex-wife and his ex-girlfriend. I threw depression into it. I went over what I went over on my other video yesterday. If you want to see that, it is up. And basically, Guy King asked and maybe you can answer this too, brother Simon.
Sure. What's the question?
Go ahead, brother King. Have you met? How many women have you?
How many great women have you met in the last 5 to 10 years? And I got another question after that.
Sure. How many? Great women I've met in the last 5 to 10 years.
Great women.
Great. Man, okay, I'm 44 years old. In the last 5 to 10 years, I've met no great woman. I met 2 great women in my life. I would say, when I was younger, I was meeting better quality women. But as I'm getting older and the dating parameters have gotten a lot more diabolical, the goalposts keep on moving, I feel like the odds are to meet a quote unquote, even a good woman, it's a lot more difficult in this society than it was even a half a generation ago to a generation ago.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%.
I got a follow-up question.
Sure, what's that? What's that, brother?
Have you guys talked to women about their hopes and dreams, aspirations for life, their goals?
Well, absolutely.
How many of them have ever said that it was a goal to be married and have a successful family? Because I've never met one.
Almost every woman I ever talked to wanted to be married and have a family. Now, successful, that word never came out of their mouth. But every woman eventually wanted to be wifed up.
Mm-hmm.
No. I'm talking about when you asked them that question about their goals and dreams. Did they answer that one of their goals was to be a wife?
Oh, yeah. No. Not very many. Usually it was their career and getting themselves together and enjoying their life first.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, that's
and
true.
here's what I found, bro. Here's what I found, because I've met a lot of women who that is a goal, but as Angry Snowman just said, their career plays a part in that as well, and it's kind of like when you actually have them string how their future is supposed to be, it doesn't make sense. You want to be this top-notch career person, but at the same time be a top-notch wife, while at the same time being a top-notch, like pick a struggle. You know what I'm saying?
Being a wife and
And they want
mother.
to have
Well,
it
not
all.
only that, the man that they're willing to settle down and get married to, doesn't even exist most generally. It's a fucking
Right.
unicorn.
Exactly.
That's
But it's never in their top 3 priorities, though. To be a wife and mother is never in their top 3.
to be selfish is definitely one of them. That's the top.
But even for a guy, well, I can't speak for every guy, but most guys I know, the whole, provided that they don't start a family early, most guys don't start getting family oriented until, you know, they get their shit straight, and that's usually like what, late 20s, early 30s.
Hey, my advice to my sons is don't get to in their 20s to live their life and get their foundation set up. Set up a foundation, get your money right, get your life right, get your career right. And until then, you have no business even trying to entertain the idea of being with a woman.
Good advice.
Exactly. But the issue that the issue that the problem with that is that what age do most men usually hit that mark?
About 35.
That's what I'm saying.
And then you
Most
got to
men
think
don't
about
make
it.
it to
But that's
35.
perfect, though, because that's when men start becoming more desirable. For one.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, how many men are in their 30s with no kids? Late or
Well,
early
that's because
or late
they didn't
20s.
they didn't have a fucking male figure in their life to tell them how to live their young.
Masculinity.
It's actually plenty. There's plenty of men who are in their 30s with no kids. Plenty of men.
Yeah, I agree.
Plenty of men.
There's plenty.
They're out there, but I think they're young. I think that the younger generation, like the new age generation, the new 20-somethings, they're catching on to all of our failures.
Yeah, Gen Xers, like Grago. Grago again says she's into the New Testament. The purpose of the New Testament is for believers to congregate and hold each other accountable. 1 Corinthians 5 says if someone is in fornication, they are to be thrown out.
Yeah,
you know, I will touch on something that she's saying, because if you strip all of that stuff away, the fact of the matter is that we live in a culture that does not shame bad behavior.
We live in a culture that doesn't accept God as a facet of life anyhow anymore. Let's be real.
Right. But if it's just like, I mean, and this is where men have to come into play and really, like, you know, if you're at this point, it's like, you know, if you're a single, okay, oh, you're a single mother, you know what I'm saying? All right, cool. You know what I'm saying?
I could never date one, dude. I tried one time. I've told you about that free zone, and she had 2 sons, and we dated for about maybe a couple months, and I could not bring myself to treat her children with the same love and admiration that I treated my own. So therefore, I didn't date her anymore. I stopped dating her, and I would never date a woman that had kids after that.
Right. And yeah, because I mean, 90% of the rest of the world, if you have kids outside of marriage, or if you're a single mother, you're shamed out of your group. You're outcast.
Now,
you're 100%. You're 100% right about that. Free zone. They got it in Korea. I mean, in Korea, the divorce rate's super low, but they're also, because it's an industrialized nation, their birth rate is also very low. But the 2% of women who are single mothers, they literally put them off to like their own community, and you're like, you can't even mix with the rest of the women, because they just want that rigid delineation in their society. But in America, everything is just absolutely backwards when it comes to feminism. What women are expecting in a man,
except for 2 groups: the Amish community and the Jewish community.
I was getting ready to say the Jewish community, and you know, Jenny V says this. If anybody can see that comment, my nephew went to the courts to get visitation rights and was granted it. Her response was to move to the other side of the country so he wouldn't be able to have them weekly. she then moved again, and some women are doing that. They're doing that. They're moving away so the father gets nothing, except he's the one that's paying.
But you know what else they're doing? They're
What's that?
moving. They're also moving away, so that it's because to women, let's say you're a 304. The best thing that you could do is move. If you don't have no online presence of being a hoe, you can just move, and it's almost like deleting your browsing history.
Right. It's kind of
When
hard
you
to
get-
get anywhere when you're known in the Tri-County area.
But if you move from, let's say you're in Florida, you move from Florida to, I don't know, Baltimore or something. You know what
Now,
I'm saying?
you'd have to go farther than that, more like Florida to freaking Washington State.
Oh, there we go, coast to coast. Yeah, that's true.
Because that's what a lot of these women do, man, to pick up and leave. You know, that's what my stepbrother, his mom did that with him and his sister when when my stepdad and my mom got married. He tried to get custody of his son, so she packed up and moved from Ohio to Texas.
And Grago says, yes, her mom is Mexican. Until they get it right or want to get it right, church would be a place where it's a place of cleanliness.
Well,
Oh yeah.
The truth of the matter is this shit with women getting away with holding their children hostage from the kid's father, it has to be dealt with, and in a serious way. I mean, it's time that we as fathers step the fuck up and do something about this. Get some kind of legislation passed, get something repealed. Something needs to be done, because this is not only is it dire to the population of men in and of itself and the mental state of men, but it's also dire to the mind state of the children that are being raised in these environments.
Mm-hmm.
Facts.
Yeah, but the problem with that is, and I agree with what you're saying, but you're talking about a government that's highly incentivized by the dysfunction to keep it going.
Well, then maybe it's
Coming
time
up to them.
It's time that we as men start, grabbing ourselves by our own balls and taking these positions.
Well, I've said that we should run for office.
There you go.
Yeah, but we should run for local office, because
Absolutely.
that's where the ball is being thrown right now. Jenny V says, my nephew has now come to terms and said he will just have to wait until his son is old enough to find him, and hopefully he'll understand that he never stopped loving him. Just his mom. Again, sometimes
That's what I had to do with my daughter and my son.
Yeah.
It's sometimes.
A lot of times men are backed into a corner where they're giving no other option but that. I mean, because think about it. Most men are already paying such an astronomical amount of money in child support and possibly alimony on top of it, that they're in the fucking poorhouse and can barely, afford to survive without working 3 different jobs themselves.
It doesn't matter. They're already considered deadbeats anyway.
You know what I'm saying? And then on top of it, you got a court system that wants the man to shell out money left and right to take this woman back to court consistently just to have his rights that were already ruled on to be acknowledged. That is fucking insane in and of itself.
Yeah, it's
you can take paperwork and call the police, and they will literally look at you, even if you have a court order, and say, we don't get involved in domestic situations, but let you put your hands on a fucking woman and don't get involved in that domestic situation with a quickness.
Absolutely. My mom is Mexican. Most men's clubs have masculine relationships and mentors to help men keep a more positive outlook on life with support. Lefties have dismantled these clubs and groups. Well, lefties have. They have. And
yeah, I mean, lack of masculinity is the easiest way to control a people. Simple as that. If you had more masculine men when this pandemic would have happened, and they would have told us you had to walk around in face diapers and you shut down your business and you can't go, we would have been like, what?
Now, let me ask the panel a question, if you don't mind. How many of the men on this panel know women or have, engaged with a woman without knowing it at the time and found out that she had kids that basically she was using as a weapon towards the kid's dad.
Oh yeah, no, oh yeah, and even my
Yeah, I know a
cousins have
couple.
done it. My cousins have done it. Use their children.
You know, I'll say with the woman I've dated who did have kids, most of them tended to be a little bit older than me, and it was just something. I'll be honest. Most of the time, it was just something kind of casual, and
Yeah.
I never met any of their kids. So, as far as the whole dynamic with the children, I've never, tell you the truth, all the girlfriends I've ever had, I've had about in my 44, I've had about 6, I guess you could say, official girlfriends. I've dated a lot, of course, other than that. But they were all, none of them had children. But the women I have dealt with who had children, I'm gonna be honest. I gotta be honest. I never took it to be too serious. It was just gonna be something that was gonna be relatively casual because I had no desire to meet another man's kids. I'm just gonna be honest about that.
So was that because you chose that, or because she chose that?
It's because I chose that. It's because that was absolutely my doing. I can't. I got to be honest with you, Angry Snowman. I can't see myself in a long-term relationship with a woman with a kid. And as I get older, maybe this woman who has grown children. But there was what was that?
They got to be grown. Hey, Osama, they got to be grown and gone too. Because if they're grown and living in, it's not the same thing. Because I ran into that problem.
I'd already stated I couldn't be in a relationship. I tried and couldn't do it. She had to go. I mean, even with my wife, dude, me and her dated for a year before I let her meet my son and daughter.
Right. Mm-hmm. I mean, also too, me being childless, I'm in a different predicament than I guess. I don't know. Do you have any children, Free Zone?
I got one on the way.
Damn.
Okay.
Congrats.
Congrats to you, brother. Congrats to you. So I look at things a little bit differently when it comes to the dating and mating game. And I'm going to be honest, as I've gotten older, I look at things not necessarily as transactional, but I got to be very pragmatic because at this stage of my life, the last thing I would want to do at age 44 is get some woman pregnant. And I know there could be some potential issues down the line. And have everything I've worked for in my whole life. I worked so hard I got a decent sized business now where I'm not getting rich off it, but I'm somewhat comfortable. I bought my house 10 years ago. I don't have any debt. I don't have any, aside from my house, I don't have any debt. I don't have very little drama. So I'm very cautious at the feminine energy I bring in my life. Right. Very cautious. And most of these women I just look upon, I'm not going to say I'm not a Ramil pump and dump. A lot of the time, it's just catch and release, or they do what they do. I do what I do. I see you when I see you. And I'm pretty straightforward about that too. Because you got to be very cautious about not getting into a predicament because once you get in that predicament, it's another 18 years of your life. And
$300,000 a year over 18 years. And
absolutely, brother. And at this stage of my life, I'm really leaning towards not having children. I don't really see it. It could. I'm not saying it couldn't happen, but I don't know. I don't want to be like 50 years old and be a brand new father.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, man. I'm 42, man, and I'll tell you this: I'm a whole lot more laid back, and I don't get as stressed out about little things like I did with my older kids. Now, it's a lot easier for me to brush little shit off now.
Well, yeah. About the church, my mom is Mexican. Says men need to run the church. Put women in the pew and tell them to keep their mouths shut so they can learn something.
That's a goddamn fact.
Yeah.
Well, that's a fact. But how many of us are getting up on Sunday? I mean, come on.
The only people women should be talking to in the church is women. Period. End of discussion.
I mean, I understand what everybody's saying, but every Sunday, I go to church. The church of the NFL. That's where I do. I'm 1 o'clock.
But at the same time, we need to get rid of all these basically borderline fucking pastor pimps that are running all these churches too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Church is about money too. Let's just be honest.
It's all about church is all about money. Point blank.
Money and greed.
Well, let me ask you.
You got to think about it. Any quote unquote religious organization is a tax free. I mean that itself is massive right there. So
Well,
to be able to run any kind of business dealings with it without having any taxation in the veil of this religious superiority and and having this cleanliness that comes with having quote unquote some kind of religious veil, it's a game changer. So a lot of these church, a lot of these religious organizations, they go into that knowing that they have that veil of protection with the tax clause and incentives and things of that nature. I mean, it's the best type of business you can think about doing. You don't have to you don't have to worry about getting audited by the IRS. You don't have to pay a CPA to do your books and things of that nature. So yeah, a lot of these churches, I mean, it's been like that since the beginning of time.
well, then think about this too, Osama. The fact that if you want to get all the way down to the nitty gritty with churches, who were the first fucking governments in the beginning of mankind? What was the very first government? The church. The church.
Yeah.
The church leaders were the ones that made the rules. The church leaders were the ones that made the laws, and they passed judgment on people. The church leaders were the ones that taxed people. Where do you think the tithe came from? It was the first original tax.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's a full point.
It's-
That's a full point.
It's Christianity is just it's a joke now. Like I look over it. I look at Islam. I have a huge amount of respect for Islam, for the Islamic religion, because they take their shit seriously. You're not going to be able to, you can walk around with a Jesus is gay t-shirt. You're not going to get a Allah is gay t-shirt off. Maybe I can't speak for the States, but if you go to countries where Islam is the main religion,
Yes,
they don't have these problems. The feminism, get up out of here.
Hey,
You're not
like
coming
I
in there
said,
with
look
that.
at the Amish too, man. The Amish are like a whole other country in our country.
all right. Which,
Mhm.
You're right about the Amish being a whole other country in another country. But I mean, how many Amish people is there in America? About 200,000, 250,000?
Dude, I live in Indiana, and they're fucking everywhere in this state.
Yeah, I was in Michigan. They're all over Michigan.
Are you in Michigan Free Zone?
That's where I'm from. I'm from Detroit, but I'm in
Indiana,
South Carolina
Michigan,
right now.
Ohio,
Okay.
Pennsylvania. That's like Amish haven.
In Lancaster County, it's a lot of
Yes. Shout out to Osama for the $7 Cash App. And my mom is Mexican, says having groups where there's camaraderie helps folks enjoy life, which helps our brains feel better. Okay. That's true.
Yeah, but you will see what happens when men get caught with that locker room talk.
Oh, yeah. No country for old Sims. Shout out to you. Welcome to the building. Again, shout out to brother Theo. Welcome to the building here. He claims that this brother was not a high value man, which
I agree with him. But you know, what did Kevin Samuels that was saying he was a high value man?
I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm with Osama on this. I don't listen to too much Kevin. We did, but I'm not really a big fan of KS. I'm not. His version of a high value man. To me, anybody could be a high value man. Okay, anybody could be a high value man, not just a corporate. What do you say about that, Osama?
Okay, I'm going to need a little time to go ahead and go. I'm going to give another interpretation of my feelings on that. So I'm going to need a little time uninterrupted. Okay, the thing with this high value man concept. First off, okay, Theo. See, is Theo? I can't look. I'm not looking at the chat right. Is Theo saying that if this brother was high value, he wouldn't have had the situation?
No, he said Theo just said the brother wasn't a high value man, and somebody said.
Well, what does that have to do? What does that have to do with anything? If he was a high value man or not?
Well, really, it has nothing because
Absolutely, it has not. It's just like if Theo's saying that, it's like you're kind of trying to divide high value men from everybody else.
I brought that up because we were talking on another channel last night, and Free Zone brought up something that made a lot of sense. That if he was a high value man, he would have had a network of people around him that would have talked him down from doing something that fucking stupid.
Honestly, to be honest with you, Angry Snowman, I don't know about that because one of the highest paying jobs right now is IT. A lot of guys who work in IT, you don't have to have I mean, I'm not an IT, but there's a lot of jobs that pay very well. You don't have to have a social network if you can get the job done. Kevin Samuels, the whole having a network, it's important, but it's not nearly the way business is done and the way things are done for most. Having a network is not nearly as important as it was, we'll even say 10, 15 years ago.
While we're on that, Osama, I'm gonna show you some things, and this is all my stuff. Let me see if you all can see everything, because part of having a network. Hold on for a moment, because I know we hear this.
Rules.
No, it's not even. No, it's not even going to be the rules at all. No rules at all. It's going to be something that I came up with, that we all. And this is something from me. It's a little. If you can see it, it's a little turn. It's a PDF file. This is what I created. Okay, let me open it up. And this is my little business. And what I've done. You talk about show your work. This is what I call a portfolio that I've created. Okay, we're talking about like high value men and stuff. Okay, I created this because if you're out there looking for a job or something, there's my picture up there. I wish it wasn't turned to the side. This is my cover letter, all mine, my resume. And this is this is everything that I've done, my transcripts. I keep track of everything I do. So, in case I have a personnel evaluation to do, here's some of my actual design work that I've done. This is what I'm talking about when you're out in the real world. This is some computer aided drafting that I've done. I did that right there. This is the stuff that even Brother Theo talks about. You talk about IT. I'm showing everything what I did. I created this. I created that model in architecture class. Created that model right there. You should always have something, because a lot of us, if I don't have anything, I come to you, and you're going to look at me like, okay, that's great, but what else do you have? And here's something else I produced you all. If you're actually going to get out there and do something, here's a proposal. Let me bring that back up again, if I can find it, because I have here's a proposal that I did you all. This is all me. I did this myself, and this is through my own business of a hotel. I'm scrolling down. Can you all see it?
Yeah, I can see it.
I can see it.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about, showing your work. I'm scrolling down real slow, you all. I'm just giving you examples of what I've done. And this is authentic right here. A proposal that I create. Yeah, it's a lot of pages, but it's something that you need to show why you're in business. I mean, all these numbers I figured out myself. Okay. And I'm just giving you all, because I was supposed to show this on my other video, and I could never do it because I had technical difficulties. So I figured I'd bring it to life up here, so you all know just who I am. I'm not somebody that's sitting here talking either, because you got a lot of people out here that talk. You do. They talk, but they don't walk. But that's some of the stuff that I've done, and that takes extensive work. And I know we talk about KS, but I really haven't seen anything that he's done. Have you all? I mean,
well. So what was the question, brother Leon?
Have you seen anything that he's done? Like what I just showed you, some documentation on what I produced, and I was actually going to present that at our Manosphere meetup about proposal writing, because I know you were talking about IT, Brother Sama, and Theo does a good job of teaching it. But I always like to show you all some of what I've actually done, put it in portfolio, like you just saw a portfolio that I did. I did that myself. So if you talking about networking. I could pass this on to you. You could pass this on to someone else. You know, if you have a business or if you have other individuals that you are trying to collaborate with for a certain project. I believe in producing some type of documentation. That's just me. Because documentation works. And it's just like something Theo had mentioned. Something to show you all. He had mentioned something about and we were at the and this is why I wish you all had come to the Manosphere meetup. Brother Theo had mentioned something about showing what a after action review is, and here's actually one, and you're seeing it now. I created this PowerPoint. This is all me right here, all me. Everything you see. This is my after action review for different projects. I'm a civil engineer, and I always keep all of my work. And the next time I have a meeting or something, yeah, I'm gonna explain how I got this. It's a PowerPoint that I created because I like to create things. So, but overall, I'm not going to talk bad about the brother, but I got my things about him. But moving on to something you said, brother Sama, plenty of high value men don't even date. Indian men are the second highest earners after Jews, but come in dead last in desirability from the opposite sex. Why is that?
Okay, you said why do Indians come in dead last?
Yes, sir.
A few reasons. Number one, they don't have a lot of soul. The Indians who come to America, a lot of them are lacking. This is just a blanket. If you had to answer, it's a stereotype. I can't speak of every individual Indian man, and it's nothing personal, of course. But we'll just say some of the things I've heard. First off, Indian men on average are short. They're 5'5" on average, which is shorter than the average American man. Number two, how often their genetics are a little different too. How often do you really see like a tall, fit, handsome Indian man who's well dressed and has a certain cadre of charisma and style? You just don't see it much. It's another reason.
I don't salute the little big Nate. He's in the building. Salute to my boy, Big Body Productions. But I've never seen an Indian man. I've seen him working at hotels, bro. I used to work in the hotel industry.
Indians. The Indians are dominating. They dominate the hotel industry. They're dominating IT. There's a high percentage of medical doctors in America that are Indians. The Indians who get the opportunity to come to America are the top tier.
Hey, hold on, bro. 401. Whoever this is, get him out of there.
Who's that?
I don't know, but all I see is ass cheeks. So
Oh, that's Big Body Productions. That's
Man, so what I gotta leave for? What I gotta leave?
What?
Damn. I'm the guy. Listen, I'm the guy that you want to have in the room, man.
Just saw random ass cheeks just show up on the Zoom because I thought he was trolling. I thought it was a troll. You good, bro? You good?
No, he
check it, man. That's a listen. That's a picture of this chick I had bent over. Listen, that's a picture of this chick I had bent over my Lexus, and I took it and I kept it as an avatar for anytime I come up in chat rooms and shit, man.
Jesus Christ, Matt. Welcome, Matt, to the building, man.
Hey, man, what can I say, man? I gotta treat them what they're worth, man. The bitch wanted to get naked. The bitch wanted to get naked, so I took a picture of it. I put it to use, man.
Wow. Well,
that's funny.
Well, wow.
Hey, but that is I'm thinking about what you're saying. Indian men are the highest earners after Jews, but come in dead last in desirability from the opposite sex.
Dead last. You look at. Okay, Cupid, plenty of fish. Okay, this right there is a sample size of millions. They came out with studies and they've actually released their analytics. Indian men come in dead last. Just like dead last. Indian men are the second wealthiest group of men in America after Jewish men. So a lot of time, having a certain level of finances doesn't necessarily correlate with being desirable in the mate market.
I get that, but I think Indian men or just Indian Americans in general have probably have one of the highest stable marriage percentages in the country as well. So when they do get married,
they do because 98, probably minimum 95% of them bring a wife back from India.
And I guess that's what I'm saying. If I had to think about that answer, I'm thinking don't most Indian men have arranged marriages and all that stuff before they get here or all that?
What happens though, a lot of these, first off, you have a lot of first generation Indians like myself. A lot of them are in the Gen Z. They grew up in America. Then second off, there's a high percentage of the majority of immigrants who come here from Indians. The vast majority, probably 90%, are men who come on these HB1 visas.
Right.
So a lot of them, they come to America and they want to have a little bit of this experience. They want to date and they want to mate just like any other red-blooded man. And they get on the dating sites and they're not having any luck. And being that there's also a lot more Indian men in America than there is Indian women, of course, they're just going to want to date and put themselves out there. But the studies have shown they come in dead last, virtually in every study. And it's not just Indian men, Asian men in general come in dead last. Asian men are by far the highest income earners in America.
Shout out to Little Big Nate because he bought that. He actually bought that up. And again, shout out to brother Theo. He's made no bad dating decisions. He just doesn't go bang bang. And he also says again, I was a Henry or pre-hit squad. Or
you said you were making $125,000 on Bernard's show that day. Great show, by the way. So, and this was 10 years ago, I want to say. So I think you were a high value man at the time. Theo. Let's not cap here, brother Theo. I think you were high value at the time. It's okay, Theo. Men from the man living under the bridge to Steve Jobs have made terrible dating. Everybody's made terrible dating choices at one point or another in their life. It's just a part of human nature.
Well, absolutely not.
But just to say that somebody's a high value man and high value men don't make dating choices, that's just a comment rooted in emotionality that has no factual basis, and it can't even have any factual basis behind it.
Now I want to ask everybody because I never even heard of it. Believe it or not, until 2020, I never even heard of the term high value man. I always look at it. Can a blue collar man be a high value man? Does it happen? Because when I look at Brother K,
I think they can.
You do?
I absolutely do.
Right.
High value is more than just what money; it's what you bring to the table.
Well, what about if you're all right? The way I look at KS, I look at the corporate side. I'm not corporate, okay? I'm like Osama. Yeah, I work in the office, but I'm basically a construction guy, okay? I would be considered blue collar, just like my brother Matt. He's a trucker. And I never wanted to be corporate. I tried working in corporate, and it's just not for me. What do you all say?
High value has nothing to do with necessarily the career field.
Right.
It has to do more with the level of control. For example, Big Body Productions is a trucker.
Yes,
if he owns his own trucking company and he has people under him and he sends people on routes and stuff, that would equate to the same thing as a corporate person being high value, because he's in control. He sets his own. He basically is at the forefront of his own life. He's not on anybody else's dime or watch or anything like that. He's responsible. Right. He runs the shit.
Right. I think high value is more like a mindset and energy.
No,
well, I mean, there is an actual monetary component, but it's not just the sole thing. And I was, like, for example, like when he was talking about, I don't know any statistics on high value man, because that's such it's what's the word? It's an abstract concept, but I do know that most men that are in the 1% are married. You know what I'm saying? So but that's hard to correlate it to this conversation because we're talking high value.
But even though they're married, they get divorced as well. Look at Jeff Bezos. Look at Bill Gates. And, Brother Theo says high value man equals 5 years of being a Henry higher earners, not rich yet. That's what that's
Now, so I was talking to somebody about this who makes a gentleman that I know, like a mentor of mine, who makes a lot of money, and he was breaking it down to me in a way that I didn't actually think about. It's actually if you're especially during the pandemic and you talk about taxes and not having to pay taxes and all that stuff, because a lot of the folks in the 1%, their whole thing is they don't want to pay taxes.
I'm not even in the 1%. I don't want to pay taxes.
But they're like extremely expert level at that, right?
Right.
Having a divorce is not necessarily like meaning a failure of relationship. And what he was, I guess the way he was telling me, it's hard to kind of to make sense of it because I don't, whatever. But what them getting a divorce was a business arrangement.
Okay.
More than anything. So it's like, it's hard to say up there. You know what I'm saying? It's a whole different world up there. I don't know if that makes sense, but it's not like, okay, we didn't work out or anything like that. It's more of it's advantageous from a business standpoint to get a divorce. It's actually a positive in certain situations.
Now, Jenny V says any man who has made more than he did last year should consider himself high value. Address that comment. I think it should be a trend, just like Theo says.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because she says if you made more than you made last year, I mean, I made more than I made last year, getting 2% raises all the time, but it still doesn't put me up there in that HBM.
Right. I mean, realistically speaking, high value is a subjective term.
Absolutely.
Because even if you're talking about a high value, like if we were to reverse the roles, right, from a high value man to a high value woman, all of our criteria here, like there's certain things that we would agree on that we would like our women of value to do that would bring value to us, but it's also going to be very different amongst the five of us because we all live different lives and we all have different, you know what I'm saying? So like, let's say, Big White Production owns a truck company.
Right.
If he found a woman that gave him that added to the value of his company, that's going to be different than a woman that would be valuable to, let's say, you and what you have in your life. So it's very subjective, man. It's very subjective. I
understand.
You know what I'm saying? So I don't get into all of that. All I know is that this particular guy, just because you made 200,000, you could still be weak as fuck, not know how to pick the right woman. And these women probably saw you as they saw the money and they got with you and it looked like you had your life together, but maybe he wasn't the most masculine guy.
Right.
And so they thought he was weak as fuck. And so at that point you're a mark. And yeah, I'm finna get you for all your bread. And so he tried to do the same thing. Maybe he picked a completely different chick that was feminine. And I said this as well yesterday. If you're with a feminine woman, you have to be even more masculine and more solidified in your masculinity because you have to have that to combat her femininity. That's why he out here looking crazy.
Shout out to Little Big Nate in the building. He says a man should work to improve his position in the hierarchy of men every year. I don't worry about others' definitions of what high value. Salute to KS. It's his niche market. And I respect that. Mm-hmm. Jenny V says it's how you value yourself. If you don't value yourself, how can you expect anyone else to value you? It's not all about monetary value. Okay, going back to what Brother Freezone said, that's all subjective. And Brother Theo, when you mentioned high value woman, he actually said there is no such thing as a high value woman, and I agree with that. I
agree with him. I was just kind of using it as a different criteria to kind of prove a point.
No,
I don't necessarily believe in the concept. But a woman that's highly valuable to you may not necessarily be highly valuable to me.
Right. And
you know
and
what
like
I'm saying?
I said, I still wasn't really getting the term high value man or high earners, not yet rich, or because
Right.
I look at it this way. Anybody could be, well, I'm not going to say anybody, it just depends on your motivation level and your level of ambition. And just like little big Nate says, you're a highly desirable possibility. And Theo says homeless men can improve themselves, yet they are homeless. That's I can't argue with that either. It's true. It's true. The only person that was homeless that actually made something of himself, Will Smith played in that movie. Somebody in the chat put that movie out there. I saw it. That's a true story. He was homeless.
Pursuit of Happiness.
Pursuit of Happiness. That's correct. Thank you, Theo. High earners, not rich yet. That's the Henrys. And Denny V says HV is just another rung on the ladder of success. Thank you, brother Nate. Pursuit of Happiness as well. But, nevertheless, putting everything together, even you could be high value, but guess what? You can still have depression in your life because, going back to what we're talking about, this triple murder suicide here. I'm just going to say, and brother Matt, you weren't on the panel when we talked about that, but that wasn't far from you. That was in my hometown. What do you think about that, bro? You still there, bro? He's muted up. Going back to that triple murder suicide, I really think that individual, he was very calm. He was very calm in that video as well, and kind of scary to me. Great movie. I actually shed a few tears. He's talking about the pursuit of happiness. I dropped the link, Theo. You can come on in. I got enough for 6 people up here. In fact, the way I'm going to do my streams is I'm going to make content. I'm going to do 1 live stream a week. Keep it on Wednesday, but I'm looking at shifting it to Friday so I won't interfere with Little Big Nate's streams or anybody else who has any streams. But like I said, this depression, there are ways you can deal with it without being on medication too. And I've heard some individuals from the panel share some information with me about it. But I've never been in that state of depression. I've never been in that. Now, have I ever had anger issues? Yeah, absolutely. And there's a way to deal with that too. For me, I used to let little things get to me. And, I'm gonna share something with y'all. When I was coming back in Atlanta, I actually let my anger get to me, and that's why I ended up getting stuck in the mud in Cleveland, Tennessee. I was impatient. That's what always gets me upset. I get impatient sometimes. That can have something to do with it as well. Impatience, anger. Brother Nate, being extremely busy can help with depression. I agree with that. You got brother Theo in the building. What's going on, bro?
Hold on a second. I gotta make sure this is. Hold on.
Chief Henry, what's going on?
Give me a second.
This setup. Oh God. Hold on. Give me a second. Keep on talking. Give me 5 seconds.
Okay. But yeah, but Little Big Nate said, shout out to him, being extremely busy can help you with depression. I definitely agree with that because the more activity you have, the better it is for you. Okay, go ahead, brother Theo. What's going on?
Okay, now my set is set up. I have to make some comments on there because what Chaos is talking about is you have to be successful during a sustained period of time.
Absolutely. So, I've heard that.
Let me explain my income that I had before.
Okay.
In In 2008, I made $250,000. In 2009, I made about 60,000. Then 2010, I made 150. Then 2011, I made about 23,000. And 2012, I made about 75,000. So there is no, when I was homeless, that homelessness started going on and the really bad decisions with the women, that was actually in 2010. That's when that started. So there is no way that you could possibly say that I was high value at that point. I was barely even a Henry. I was so up and down.
I'm not trying to interrupt you, brother, but didn't you say when you were on Bernard's show talking about your story when you were homeless? I could have swore you said you were making about 125,000 to 150,000 at the time.
Yeah, that's when I was right at the end of making $150,000 a year. Right at the end of it. That's when the devastation happened. So it doesn't. If you're seeing $150,000 a year, it doesn't mean every year. Right. I had a good year. That was it. I didn't have the system in place, the process in place in order to keep on having money. And that was because I didn't have my network. And I recognized that when I did my AAR, looking at the failures, I was like, network, didn't have it. And that's why I went down to only $23,000 of the year.
Right.
That was my failure. And so I did the necessary corrections in order to get that back. Now, regarding mental health, I want to kind of talk about this.
Yes, sir. This is what we're here to talk about.
Okay. I didn't hit 300,000 until I had my second round of therapy.
Okay.
And that was really going through and knocking out various issues that I had and that were actual roadblocks. And once I got rid of them, then it was like, oh yeah, it's totally open. I can go for it. So this is why, this is something I want to say. It is highly unlikely, at least that I see, that you have a major mental problem and you are high value, or you're even a Henry, because what's going to happen, you might be a Henry but not go high value, because what your income's probably going to vacillate and go up and down. You're going to be unstable and you're not going to be able to make solid decisions because you always have that problem going on in your head. And so you're kind of doing something weird. So the next part is when you are going into that path of becoming a high value man, your thoughts should change to value, how to increase your value and not so much increasing cash flow, because you already know how to increase cash flow. That's a proven process. So you're just like, okay, I can get the money. I understand that. How do I do the value? Because if I don't have that, then it's just money and who cares? So I didn't really change my thinking in that area until year 4.
Okay.
So year 4 and year 5, that's when it started really kicking in. I didn't really hit high value man, as far as I'm concerned, until August 2020.
Right.
And that was because I was able to not only have 5 years of sustained Henry in a stable environment, but also I was able to face all my fears and my failures. And in adversity, I was able to thrive. So that's my process was tested. This is why I look at high value men. What he's talking about, it really is about a process, and you have to get this mental stuff out. So like, another thing too is I see this guy. This guy was dating. He was with Strags. He made very bad decisions. Whereas I was like, okay, well then, were you hit squad or Henry and you made that decision, and then you became high value? Because that wouldn't even make sense, because then my network would literally prevent me from doing something stupid like that.
Exactly. Yeah.
They would know something's going on and they would intervene. And they'd be like, yo, you need to get a lawyer. We can help you out with that. We can get you the proper legal advice you need to go after this person and do real legal battle and use power that way. You're not going to go get a gun. No way, man. Nah.
All right, Let me give some shout outs right quick. Shout out to Deacon Dave. He's in the building. Shout out to Big Mag, the Fisher. He's in the building. He says, who's that big butt on the stream. That's Big Body Productions, my other YouTuber. He put that up there. But yeah,
you're worried about the wrong shit. You're worried about the wrong shit.
Well, Matt, we do talk about strags up here. This person you were with, was she a strag? Theo is very good at describing strags. So is Osama. Let me ask you, and the brothers have already answered it. Matt, I have never asked this. How about dating women with kids, bro? What is your? I mean, you already know my position on that and where I sit, but where do you really sit?
I mean, one kid, okay. 2 kids, what the fuck? You know what I mean? I feel like it's going to be a distraction, and if you got a heart, it's almost like you feel like you obligated to some degree to, play a certain part, unless y'all got that understanding. Or I mean, because you got a lot of these chicks, they got kids and no dad involved, and then you fucking dealing with the chick. And, she talks that it's a package deal when you fuck with me, my kids apart. I don't know, man. I just look at this shit like dealing with a chick with kids. You got to make some sacrifices, man.
But are you willing to make
some sacrifices, man? I mean, it depends on how the chemistry is going between me and that chick, man, and how she is as a parent. Cause, I mean, it depends on how she is as a parent. Because I mean, if she's a piss poor ass mother and has no control over her own fucking kid, it's not going to work out between me and that bitch. Because the moment I want to step in and say something, because I'm not going to let no ill-mannered ass kid try to control or dictate anything I got going on in my situation with the mother. Even when it comes to the behavior, man, I'm going to say something. And in the moment that chick snaps on me for coming out of my way saying something, then me and that bitch gotta cut it off. We gotta cut it the fuck off, man. Because I don't deal with disrespect, man, especially when it comes to children, man. If you have no control over your household or your child, it's best that I don't be bothered with you. I just come around and fuck you once in a while and go about my business.
Yep.
That sounds like a no.
Hey, I got to agree with what Big Body said. Sometimes you just got to you got to slot certain women in a certain position on your team. And a lot of time with women with children, I mean, they're going to first off, they're going to have a limited amount of time they can actually see. But they might, especially if it's a sister, most likely she's going to have 80% custody. If you get a non-sister, they might have the 50%. you might only see, you might see her once every week. So it's just understanding. Yeah, everything has a time and a place. We got to have more of a realistic and pragmatic perspective when it comes to this mating game.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, at the end of the day, life is about choices and trade-offs. So if you make the choice, you got to take the trade-off. You feel me?
And I'm glad you said that too, because everything in life has a trade-off. Mm-hmm. Everything in life has a trade-off. You gotta always weigh the scales and see the pros and cons of any action you take going forward in your life.
Right, and
I agree.
Yeah, and your wallet is. Don't forget your wallet. Now we're talking about high value. Don't ever forget about your wallet. How important that should be to you.
Well, hey, I wanted to speak on this high value shit, man. Because I heard y'all earlier, I was muted because I was taking care of something, man. I mean, but at the end of the day, man, high value to me is basically who you are and what you have to offer and your worth, and it's like for instance, I tell these chicks, man, the low hanging fruit, the bum bitches, all them chicks that are beneath me. I tell them look, I'm a plus, not a minus. So if you want to fuck with me, because I'm the catch, if you want to fuck with me, you got to bring something to the table other than some brand used pussy. You know what I'm saying? Because my thing is I'm high. Not only am I high value, I'm high maintenance. I like to do nice shit. I know what the fuck I can bring for the both of us, myself first, but for the both of us. So if you can't at least conduct yourself as a woman and just follow suit and act accordingly, and not like no masculine mannish bitch, then there's no need for me to be bothered with you. Because as far as I'm concerned, I'm the catch. I'm the catch. You're in my world. You know what I'm saying? I'm not no bum ass motherfucker that's going to sit there, eat your kids' fruit snacks up, run the gas out of your car, spend your fucking money, and then be gone for a week or two. I'm not that nigga. I'm not that nigga. You feel me? I'm the motherfucker that's gonna put some
playing PlayStation 5 with the kids.
You feel me? I'm that nigga that's gonna bring some change into you. Like if I leave you today, it's gonna impact you more than it's gonna impact me because of who I am and what I can bring to the table. So yeah, high value is your character, who you are, and your worth.
Right. I got it because there's brother Matt. You just been missing with what's going on YouTube. You have individuals out there. I know me and Theo and the rest of them hear how, and maybe you can throw your 2 cents in and how these 304, how these hoes are winning or losing. You got some that say they're winning and some that say they're losing. I don't care either way because I'm not.
Who the fuck is a 304? What the fuck is a 304? I've been going for it, man. What the fuck is a 304? I mean, a telephone number?
Let's just talk about hoes.
That's what it is.
Well. Hey, you know what that? Come on, we all been around. I'm pretty sure we all heard about this. If you got to talk about it, then obviously you're not fucking really doing
Dude, I've been wanting to know that forever.
Oh, you didn't know what it was either? Yeah, I think Trey brought that up one time. I mean, I didn't know what it was until
these hoes out here talking about they winning. If you got to sit and talk and brag about it, obviously you ain't doing something right. Because let's be for real, motherfucker that's doing something right ain't got to fucking brag about it. Like for instance, Bill Gates and all them big wigs. We know they billionaires. The Amazon owner of Amazon. We know they're winning. We know what the fuck they doing. They ain't even got to announce this shit. You know what I mean? A motherfucker that's actually handling their shit and winning, they ain't gotta announce that shit. That's why I could give a fuck less what a bitch is talking about when she starts talking about I'm independent, I don't need a nigga for this. Bitch, bye, shut the fuck up.
You ain't independent. That's why you got a welfare check, food stamps, your ex's fucking alimony check, child support, some other dude living in your house with you paying half your bills.
Hey,
government paying for you to go to school. But you independent and doing it all on your own. Kudos to you.
Down in Georgia, I don't think I announced this on my other video, and I hate to bring this up, but so many African-American women down there are getting, I call it a stipend for the next 2 years. I think 600 of them are getting for $850. That's universal basic income. I'm like, what are they getting UBI
for? What?
Huh?
For what?
They're getting UBI of $850 for the next 2 years, some of them.
For what?
For what? For what?
I don't know, but I did hear about that.
To be a strat?
Hey, we got to get these fucking Biden out of office, man. He's giving out too much money to these bum bitches, man.
There's nothing to do with politics. It's a private donor.
I was listening to one dude from representative from Texas. And we have the House of Free Shit now. It ain't the House of Representatives. It's the House of Let's Give Away Free Shit.
No, again,
it's in Atlanta. Nate says. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah. It's still another government entity giving shit away, then, isn't it?
No, it's not a government entity. It's a private foundation.
But they're also getting financed by Goldman Sachs too. Some of them, right?
I heard about that, but I heard that was also amplified. So
right. So, but
it is what it is, man. Like sometimes I think they just put stuff out there to just piss men off. I don't.
So again, how are these women independent then? Even still, if they're getting privately funded UBI, how are they independent?
Well, Big Mac, so they said they can continue to win. Well, they're not independent; they're dependent.
Mm-hmm.
And look, that goes back to what I said earlier. If in a logical society, where is the logic in giving a person sole custodial authority over a child or multiple children if they can't financially even take care of themselves, let alone a goddamn kid? and they need someone else's income to do it.
Yeah. Man's got a point.
Yeah, man.
You got a hell of a point. You know, I would be that guy that stressed that shit in a courtroom if I had to go through a custody battle. He got a fucking
All
point,
right.
though.
All right, guys, it's 10:30 over here. I gotta drop out.
All right,
Good
hey,
talking
brother
with you.
Theo. Thanks for stopping by. And hey, you need something from me, man? You got my email. Send me an email, bro.
I will.
Hey, take it
Thanks
easy,
for having me
Theo.
on here.
Hey, Theo, how long you gonna be in Brazil for, man?
Peace, my brother.
Take it easy, man.
How long? How long? What?
How long you gonna be in Brazil for, brother?
Until April.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
Mm.
Wow. Okay. Salute to you, man. Congratulations, brother.
You don't want to come back, dude. America's falling apart.
And I'm gonna buy a condo here.
Oh, wow.
Hell, by the time April gets here, there ain't going to be an America left. Biden's making sure of that.
Let's
That's a
let's
fact.
just say it's wonderful to be in a place where Strag is a horror story. There's none here. There's actually
Wow.
women. It's wonderful.
Mm.
All right. I'm going to sleep. Talk to you guys later.
All
Yep,
right,
later.
peace, bro.
Peace.
Yeah, but I got room for one more up. I'm gonna drop the link again, and we having a good time here.
Yeah, I gotta agree with Big Mac. He said I'm trying to keep winning. I don't give a fuck whether they winning or not.
Absolutely. That's what I'm saying. I really, I didn't talk about this much, guys, because I really don't care. I really don't. Look, it may appear that they're winning to some, and if you're financing them, okay, that you're losing them. I'm not
You just
losing
a
any money.
dumbass. You financing that shit.
Right. So I'm not losing anything.
You know what I do with all my child support and court paperwork for that dumb bitch? I throw it in the trash.
Oh man,
Yeah.
you know what? Man, I tell you, I'm so glad I don't have to deal with that, because I remember when I dealt with it, getting $25 a week, filing bankruptcy. It goes on your credit report. I had my bank accounts frozen twice, so I couldn't pay my rent.
I never gave them that information. They could
damn.
go to hell before I gave it to them.
Oh man, when I was getting a check the first time, I had to go cash it at a liquor store instead of going, because you didn't have direct deposit then. But with
Dude,
direct
I ain't gonna lie, Leon. It was 2 years, or no, it was a year and a half ago. I called the child support office because I had my license suspended for failure to pay child support. I told them if they didn't take the hold off my child support, I was going to sue them and everyone else in that fucking office, including their lawyer.
Well, don't they have immunity where you can only sue the person? The court is protected?
Nope,
No immunity?
absolutely not. I can sue every one of them because they're the ones that enforce that unlawful, unconstitutional act against me.
Okay.
Her name, that child support caseworker, her name was on every single one of those pieces of paper. And I said, I'm telling you what, you fucking better take that hold off my license, because it's a detriment and it's a health hazard to the kids that I have here, or I will sue you to where I own everything you fucking own. By the time I'm done with you, I'm going to own your fucking life.
Damn.
Dude, I started getting into the fucking Title 4D and all that shit, telling her, look, dude, I know what you guys are. You guys aren't even a fucking lawful government entity. You're a collection agency.
You know, that is true. They're not part of the... Yeah.
They're a collection agency. Why do you think when it shows up on your fucking credit report, it says whatever fucking county child support office it is? Because they're a collection agency. They aren't even a government entity. They're a private fucking company.
And taking someone to jail, we're not a debtor's prison either.
Well, the contract that they make most men sign is fucking null and void anyhow, because they force a man to sign it under duress. In order for a contract to be legal, it has to be two parties that agree that there is a debt that is owed, not one party that says that there's a debt that's owed and tells the other party you're signing this contract or you're going to go to jail or lose your fucking license or professional license. That's unlawful.
There you go.
And it comes down to jurisdiction as well, brother Matt and I know about all that. Yeah,
Don't get me started, dude.
Yeah.
Dude, 4 years ago, I started researching that Title 4D. And when I found that shit out, that's when I started throwing them fucking papers in the fucking trash. Look, if you motherfuckers can sit and tell me look, when we separated, the same fucking organization, same fucking private company that set up my child support payment was the same fucking private company that set up my visitation schedule. But it's awfully funny that they don't give a fuck about your visitation schedule. That's a separate order. You got to go deal with the court, get a lawyer, and fight that in court.
And you know what?
Well, then why the fuck did you guys set up my visitation schedule then?
Bitches. Motherfucker.
Is this job and family services or job services? Because there's nothing family going on here. I said, I'll sue you motherfucking asses. And when I'm done, I'll own y'all. And you know what? 2 weeks later, they took the hold off my license. They still send me bills. They still send me letters. The fucking fake ass judge that was acting as an administrative judge.
The magistrate. Get it right, the magistrate.
Right. He ain't even a legal judge. He's acting as a judge. It's because it's an administrative hearing. It's not even a real court hearing because it's not held in a court of records.
No, it's not. I found that out the hard way.
I take all that paperwork and I throw it in the trash because it means nothing to me. Absolutely nothing. Because Title 4D, in order to be put under the Title 4D Act of the Social Security Act, Title 4D of the Social Security Act, someone had to have drew fucking welfare anyhow. That's what that's for, is to get back money for the welfare that's expended. And neither me nor my ex were on fucking welfare. So why am I under the Title 4D Act to begin with? You guys shouldn't even fucking be involved in my shit.
You know what else they do? I know they do it here in Indiana and in Pennsylvania. Okay, you can be caught up on your child support, but they also charge every
poundage.
Right. And if you don't pay that, they can come do something as well. I'm like, well, where are you getting this rule from? I'm already paying.
Dude, do you know through Title 4D, they get 70 cents on every dollar reimbursed back from the federal government?
Yes, that's why they collect it. It's an incentive.
Yeah, that's all it is. That's what pays the judges, the courts, the prosecutor, the fucking, all this other fucking shit. It's funding. That's the only reason why they do it, is it's funding.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I say child support has nothing to do with kids. It's all about using your kids and destroying families to generate revenue off of your kids.
Yeah, and it's funny because if you have kids from one woman, and then you go and have them from another woman, or you get a second marriage, they don't even care about the second.
Fuck no, they don't.
No.
Oh yeah.
My
man unloaded, man. I don't know what to say about after that. Good God,
dude, that's just the tip of the iceberg. I can tell you all kind. I could school you on that shit, dude.
All right.
Because look, there's ways you can take all these motherfuckers to court, and you can actually have them through court order force them to pay you back all the fucking money they stole from you. I'm just trying to figure out how.
Oh man, sound like you need to talk to Ahmed Osiris.
Oh yeah, he's very. And what was that other guy, Matt? We were dealing with. I think it was Rick. That was a guy. I don't know what happened to him. He had problems. What's his name? Tim or something. He was in New Mexico.
Tim. Timothy Blades.
Tim Blades. That's it. That we used to always talk to that guy. Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, I had the one lady. She fucking threatened to tell me that she was going to put a bench warrant out on me. I said, put 10 of them out. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, I had that happen to me, and I was getting off of work one time because I was working in Delaware and lived in Reading. They were about to close, and they told me if I don't hurry up and get there, they're going to have a bench warrant on my. And see, this is what I didn't know.
Want their bench warrant because they ain't even a fucking, like I said, they're a collection agency. They don't have the authority to put a fucking warrant out on shit.
Why you were commuting all the way from Delaware to Reading?
I was working in like Wilmington, Delaware, and I had to go and I was doing the I-95 project down there when they were working on that intersection on 202 near not too far from Christiana Mall down there. So I had to commute from Reading.
I know exactly where Christiana Mall. That's in Newark, Delaware, right? Christiana Mall.
Yeah, I think it was Newark, Delaware. I keep saying Wilmington. It was
Gotcha.
Newark.
How did you like living in Reading, PA, brother Leon?
Well, Reading had a lot of crime in it. I lived in the hood area of Reading, so Matt's probably been to Reading, and even Lancaster is pretty bad too. And another town that's getting pretty bad there is York, Pennsylvania.
Yeah. Lancaster's getting a lot better. Their downtown is actually, for a smaller town, their downtown's pretty nice. But Reading is kind of rough.
Reading,
Hey, real quick, fellas, I do have to drop off, man. Hey, 411, great stream. Snowman, holla at you, bro. Big body.
Right.
Keep them picks coming, bro. We ain't mad at you. Osama, is it Usama, my brother, man. It's good to see you, man. Y'all have a great one. I'll be in the back listening.
Take it easy.
All right. Peace, bro. Coming up.
All right, brothers.
All right. But Reading, it has some nice Victorian style homes, brother Summer. It's a nice area, but the wrong people have invaded Reading, Pennsylvania, and they've made it bad. It's like, I go down and Angry Snowman.
Yeah, it's a huge. There was a huge exodus from people moving from New York City. I remember the first time I went to Reading was back in 1999 when I was 21. That's when Reading was the outlet capital of America. This is the explosion of outlet malls. Me and my boy Thomas Stanley went there. It was April of 1999. Man, we had a good time out there.
Well, they were down there on 8th and 9th Street, and all the crime took place. So they're out in Wyomissing over there. If you know
why? I know exactly. Yeah, Wyomissing is a nice suburb. Absolutely.
Absolutely.
What year were you living in Reading, brother Leon?
I lived in Reading from 2004 to 2008, and then I moved out there to Chambersburg, PA. So I lived in Pennsylvania for a total of 10 years.
You were out in Chambersburg, man. That's funny. That's funny you say that. I had this little snow bunny I was dealing with. She was from Chambersburg.
Chambersburg wasn't bad.
Yeah,
Chambersburg for most of my life.
Chambersburg, Waynesboro. They're nice little towns.
I mean, hey, brother Matt, you got to tell them how you ate that whole chicken, man. You and I were talking about that.
Nah, man.
Brother Matt, I mean, we got on the phone, brother Matt, because we were talking about rotisserie chicken. You go to Walmart and get it.
Those aren't hard to eat. That's easy to eat a whole chicken.
Have you done it before?
Hell yeah.
Oh, for real?
Where do you put it? I couldn't even do it.
Dude, all it takes is a fucking nice fat ass blunt before you start eating that motherfucker, and it's gone.
Oh no! See, I don't smoke nothing. I don't do all this. I just eat, man. Just fucking eat.
Hey, so Snowman, where in Ohio did you grow up at? Like, where's your origins in Ohio?
As a kid, I grew up in a little town called Minster, but when I turned 18, I moved to the Bean over in Lima.
Yeah.
Okay.
The second nastiest fucking city in Ohio.
Salute to brother Father Time. Welcome to the chat.
They call it's Lima. It's Lima, Ohio. Okay, I remember there was a basketball player from there back in the day. He was like a top high school player. I used to be a big time.
Lima Senior is one of the big high school.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just right across the border off of.
Have you ever heard of Ohio, the University of Northwest Ohio, or UNO
University of Northern Ohio? I know somebody that went there.
UNOH. That's where all the kids. That's the college over in Ohio where all the kids go to get their auto mechanics degrees. A lot of them that go to UNO over there, they end up being mechanics in like NASCAR and shit like that.
Oh, word. That's cool, man. Is that you said University of Northwest, so that's not too far from Toledo?
Toledo's about an hour and a half north of Lima.
Okay.
Maybe 2 hours.
It's not too far from Bowling Green.
Bowling Green's closer. Bowling Green's about 45 minutes to an hour and 15 away, depending on how fast you drive.
Hey, Snowman, you ever spent any time out in Toledo?
Yeah, I've been up in that nasty ass city.
The toilet bowl, that's what we call it.
Is it that?
Yeah, I've been to Toledo. I've been to Cleveland, which is that's the mistake on the lake. I've been to Akron. I've been to Youngstown.
Akron is a fucking hood. I actually went there.
I did go there, man.
Oh, dude, Akron's like the fucking Gary of Ohio.
Oh my goodness, yo! I was like, what the? Like, yo, because I'm from Camden, New Jersey, so it's like when I got up there in Akron, I'm like, holy shit!
You thought you was back in Camden, didn't you?
Goddamn right! I said, what the fuck? Holy shit! And then I went to LeBron's school out there just to go see some pictures and shit.
Ghetto as shit, dude.
Yo, ghetto is
Youngstown.
fuck.
Youngstown is just as
Dude, that's
bad.
how Lima is. Lima was is in the top 10 worst cities in Ohio as far as murders and shit, and it's in the top 50 in the nation as far as murders.
Well, I know Camden and I know Reading were up there too. Shout out to Honey Barbecue Wings. Shout out to Lemon Pepper Wings 69. Welcome to the building.
Lima used to be called Little Chicago, man, because that was actually one of the stop off points that the bootleggers used from Chicago to New York.
Hey, what's that lake or river that caught on fire? It was so fucking filthy and polluted in Ohio.
Erie.
Lake Erie caught on fire once.
Yeah, it did.
That's also where Mansfield Prison is. That's where they had Al Capone was locked up in Mansfield.
You talking about Mansfield, Ohio?
Yeah.
Isn't that off of 30?
Ohio Reformatory. Yeah, it's right off of 30, man.
Yeah, because I used to take 30.
That's actually the prison where they filmed the Shawshank Redemption, too.
Oh shit. Damn.
Wow.
That's where they have that big that's called Ink and the Clink thing in the summer now, where they have a bunch of bands come out for a weekend and then they do a bunch of tattoos and shit out there.
Oh wow. They're making prison easy going for the prisoners, I guess, huh?
I ain't going in that prison. That place is haunted as a motherfucker.
I mean, I did not know Lima was that bad. I mean, I know they got
that's
Ohio.
shitty, dude.
Let me ask you something, because I've been through there. How can I frame this? They got a hood in Lima?
Dude, all of Lima's the hood.
In Lima.
It used to be the south end of Lima was the hood, and now it's kind of migrated all the way up from the south to the north. See, the north end, which is a Lida area, that used to be where the desired area of Lima, and not so much anymore. The thing is, they started putting all them Section 8 apartment complexes up all over the fucking place.
Okay.
Once Section 8 goes up and it's an apartment complex, it ruins a neighborhood.
Yes, well.
Yeah. Well, hey, listen, I got you, Leon. Here we go. Niggas will fuck up a brand. Niggas will fuck up a brand. There it is, y'all.
And when you look, hey, brother Matt, when we drove through Camden, now there's some all right parts, but we went through some horrible parts of Camden too. Brother Simon, you may have gone through Camden, New Jersey. I've
been through. Okay, I'm gonna tell you, brother Leon. I think the most decrepit hood. I mean, I've been to the hoods in Philly. I've been to every city in Pennsylvania, pretty much. I've been to East Cleveland, which is one of the worst hoods in America. I've been to Gary, Indiana. I'm gonna tell you, brother Leon,
the most house in Gary for $1 right now.
Yeah, I've been to Camden, but I'm going to tell you, it's pretty much, they say the two most decrepit hoods. We're not talking about the city as a whole. The most decrepit hoods I've seen are in Baltimore, and number 2 would be in Camden. As of right now, the most decrepit hood I have seen there's some hoods in East Baltimore, some hoods in West Baltimore. There's some hoods in Baltimore right now.
East Baltimore is fucked up.
Look, bro, my dad, when he was a truck driver, he took me through Gary, and Gary's a shithole. I mean, that's nasty there. And East Chicago was fucking horrible. He took me to some of the nastiest ghettos. There's this candy place called Farley's. Used to make Boston baked beans, lemon heads, shit like that. And that's right in the ghetto of East Chicago.
Yeah, East Chicago is it's because of Spanish.
East Chicago's in Indiana, right?
Yeah, East Chicago.
It's right on the Indiana-Illinois border.
Yeah.
Well, it's next to Hammond.
Yeah. You got Hammond, you got East Chicago, you got Gary, then you got Chicago.
And you got White in Indiana, right?
What's that?
White in Indiana. Is it like a
Whiting? I'll tell you something about Whiting. For all
I'm getting gentrified right now, so I heard it's pretty nice.
Dude, basically, isn't it safe to say, Leon, that all of the whole northern half of Indiana pretty much is ghetto-ass shitty suckiness because you got Gary, you got Hammond, you got East Chicago, you got South Bend, you got Elkhart, you got Mishawaka, you got Goshen, and it's all a bunch of shitholes.
You got don't forget Lake Station and Hobart. Don't forget those two towns either. I mean, don't forget. I used to live in Portage up there.
I mean, and South Bend is where freaking Notre Dame is, and dude, South Bend is on the top 10 worst cities in fucking Indiana.
There's one you did forget though. It's not in Indiana, but man, Benton Harbor is horrible too.
Yeah. It's like all those fucking all that lake shit up there is all a bunch of fucking rundown, fucking dilapidated garbage.
Waukegan, Illinois is not good anymore, and Muskegon, Michigan, and Grand Rapids, they're all because everybody's.
Dude, I was watching something on Gary the other day, and they said that you have 180% chance if you live there of getting a home invasion, being the victim of an assault, robbery, or murder.
Well, you got to look at it though, Brother Angry Snowman. The reason why the little cities are getting the infection because all right, you got Chicago. A lot of people cite from Chicago. Then you got Detroit, and then where Brother Matt lives in Tandem. I mean, think about that. You got two big cities. You got New York, and you got Philly. No, you got Baltimore too, because a lot of people are going to Wilmington from Baltimore.
Yeah, and then you got Toledo and fucking nasty ass Cleveland.
Toledo, the toilet bowl, and then you got O'Day Toilette, known as Detroit.
Is Toledo that bad?
What? Cleveland is a shithole, dude.
Hey, Cleveland fucked up, man. Cleveland.
They don't call the mistake on the lake for nothing.
What about Toledo though? Which one has worse ghettos, Cleveland or Toledo?
Dude, I think there's a place outside of Toledo. It's a suburb. It's called Oregon, Ohio. That is the worst fucking place in Ohio I have ever been in my life.
Hey, you know what else is going to become a ghetto in Ohio? It's a college town. I think
Athens,
Bowling Green might be next because
Finley may end up turning into one too, man.
What's that?
Finley.
No,
Finley's going to shit too, man.
Yeah.
Basically, anything on I-75, is going to turn to shit.
Now if
that's the fucking pharmaceutical fucking highway right there, brother. All the illegal pharmaceuticals and illegal drugs that come from Florida go straight up I-75 right into Ohio.
Well, going like from Indianapolis, like to Wheeling, West Virginia, you got places like Zanesville out there. I've been there too, man.
Yeah, that's a shithole too. Fucking dude, Cincinnati's a shithole. Columbus is a shithole.
Oh,
Columbus. I thought Columbus was pretty nice.
It wasn't until about 4 years ago when Black Lives Matter decided they wanted to take over.
Same with Indianapolis. Now,
Indianapolis was a nice city for a long time. It had its issues. Don't get me wrong. There was the hood over there by Broad Ripple and shit. By the fairgrounds, where the state fairgrounds is. Where the
talking about 38th Street?
Dude, I used to live on fucking 46th in Arlington. 46th in Arlington is right there in the fucking ghetto. They had rehabbed the fucking apartment complex and was renting them out as townhouses. And I just moved to Indianapolis. I didn't know no better. I did not know no better until I already got the place and said, dude, do you realize you just fucking moved you and your fucking old lady right into the ghetto? No, thanks.
I mean, but they want to, unless there's some serious gentrification, you're going to see more ghettos.
46th and remember where I used to live off of 46th and Primrose, 46th and Caroline, 46th and what is it? Kingston, 46th and 48th and fucking dude, I was all up in the fucking hood.
Now, if you've been to New Jersey, you know what else is bad? Matt can tell you. Atlantic City isn't that great either. Oh man, you know Atlantic City, and I mean, they got the casinos there, but wow,
that's the cover up. That's the cover up right there.
Yeah, the casinos are pretty dead in Atlantic City these days because there's so much legalized gaming. They got legalized gaming pretty much everywhere now. So yeah, Atlantic City's just on the way down. They literally built a casino in 2008 for over $1 billion, and the casino closed down 2 years later.
And there's
you talking about the what was it, the Ocean Casino or one of them fucking casinos?
Well, we got one here in Indiana
there.
over at Anderson, man. And Anderson's a fucking, it's like ranked the number 3 worst city in fucking Indiana to live in now.
Oh, yeah. We went over there. Me and Tommy Jean went over to that one in Anderson.
Yeah, they got the horse track and everything there, dude. They even they got live dealers now, too.
Well, there's another one in Indiana. What is it? It's in Shelbyville.
Yeah, there is one in Shelbyville. Dude, Anderson used to be a fucking gorgeous city until GM moved out. Once GM moved out, the crime moved in.
All right.
Hey, so Leon, how do you and Brother Big Body know each other? Like, you guys seem like you go way back. Like, give us some background on you,
because we were on YouTube.
Leon, I got him, man. See what happened was, man. You know,
you trying to get us a strike with that big booty on there, brother, man?
Hey, I had running one of my hoes out to Brother Leon one night before I knew who Leon was, man.
Yeah.
And he rocked her fucking work. No, man. You know, he took my hoe from me, man, and I had to go on a search for him.
You there? Uh-oh.
Ah, shit.
You there? No, we've been on YouTube a long time, there, brother.
Sorry about that, y'all. My phone was ringing.
Oh, so you guys know each other from YouTube?
Yeah, we have been on. No, I'd gone to see Matt. Matt had this girl named Amber. And what he told me that we had met over at the Walmart. We were drinking vodka one day. Me and Matt.
This was in Reading, PA, brother.
No, it's actually we met over in Jersey, man.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's where I know Matt. Yeah, Matt's an old YouTuber. Matt and brother Guy. I haven't met Guy King in person yet, but there was another guy we met. Matt met him. He used to drive trucks named Q. He called me the other day. We had our own little crew on YouTube together back in 16, 17.
Okay, word.
Yeah, Matt didn't introduce me. He did. I didn't do it because it was when I met him. I had to go home that night, but Matt went out there and smashed this girl named Amber. I remember it. I remember that. But yeah, that's where we know each other. But yeah, man. Yeah, you've been to a lot of places too, Osama and brother.
You know, I'm gonna tell you, brother Leon. Sometimes I just like getting in my car and driving, and just the.
Hey,
sorry about that.
That's brother Matty cammed up.
You know, man. Sorry about that, man. Somebody was calling my phone and shit, man. Doing I lost, or I don't know, but yeah, man. He basically, brother Leon, he took one of my hoes, man. I had to go on a manhunt and find my hoe. And when I met brother Leon, man, you know, we just clicked real tight, man. He's a cool brother, man. So what we did, we ran a train on the bitch, man.
But actually, we had some. We were with one of his homeboys there, Osama and brothers. The guy that got divorced, and Matt and I and him, we had some vodka that one night. That vodka was good too, bro. Remember that?
Oh yeah, it was some good shit, man.
I got you, man. That's what's up, man. That's what's up.
You know, and I told him something, and I hope you guys, when they have it, make it to the Manosphere meetup. I mean, there's still people talking bad about it, but man,
hey, you know what, man, we got to just forget it. You know, that's something I actually want to talk about tonight, brother Leon.
Let's talk about it. Yeah.
Okay. Listen, there is some distinctive lines being drawn in this manosphere. And in 2022, brother Leon, there's going to be a huge divide in the black manosphere. And it's going to be, it should have been this divide a while ago, because same thing, like your boy MOT, he was today, had a panel going in on Theo. I was about to go in there and be like, said, oh, Theo didn't do this, Theo didn't do that. The brother MOT literally never shown any of his work before. He said he got all these trucks. Word on the street says you were the only guy. He has one truck. Now, one truck's a great thing, but don't sit there and say you have 18 trucks. You know, the brother says he has this, the brother says he has that. He's never shown him prove anything before. Right. All the brother does, every video is just going in on other brothers, whether ARC, whether Ron Will, whether Obsidian. I mean, Nate was absolutely wrong when he said the brother's the mentally ill man of tomorrow. I tried to give him the benefit of the doubt a little bit because I'm a pragmatic and I'm an optimist at heart.
Right.
But there's no optimism with that brother MOT. And then aside from MOT, where there's just a lot of Obsidian did a great video on only in Black America would other brothers talk about somebody's appearance. Like, I'm going to tell you something funny. You know the brother G Dizzle, right, Leon?
Oh, Jesus.
I know brother G Dizzle.
So check this out. So G Dizzle, who is, we'll just say like G Dizzle. I don't know how tall. He looks like he might be kind of tall. I'll say, we'll just say he's 6 feet. He's easily 300 pounds. Easily. The brother is obese. No, the brother's obese. So he's sitting here talking about how Nate looks, talking about this brother looks, talking about this brother looks. So I put on this. I said, listen, brother Dizzle, man, black men, we gotta quit talking about how the brothers look. So then he's gonna like post my comment in his community tab. So I said, look, brother Dizzle, everybody. And then he says, I need to cam up. And I'm saying, brother Dizzle, I'm not even a content creator, but I'll be more than happy to cam up. Just invite me. I said, I'm 6'1", I'm 195 pounds, but the last thing I want to do is compare myself physically to another man.
That's it. Brother Davis in the building.
So I said, brother, we can just meet up and see who the girls choose more. Let's put like 500 on it. So then, you know, if some people in his comment section were saying I'm being immature, this, that, and the third, he came at me. All I said was, brother Dizzle, let's just not worry about how the men look. You know, but I mean, Dizzle's kind of a funny guy. I'll give him that. He's kind of a funny guy. Funny guy. But other than him, come on, man, don't talk about how the men look. We're too old for that. We're all. Go ahead, brother Leon.
Look, I'll be honest with you, Sama. If you want my opinion, I think the manosphere itself is just a smaller representation of the country and the state that it's in right now.
Oh, okay.
I really do.
I think a lot of that is true, Brother Angry Snowman, but then we have some factions in the black manosphere that there's a lot of emotionality, unfortunately, in a certain sector of the black manosphere that I don't think is a mirror image of what.
No, I'm saying it's just a smaller representation of it. I mean, if you can see what's going on in America in real time in the white and black manosphere.
Yeah.
I mean, you really can, because the country's literally right now. You know what you said with the manosphere. You see all these. It's eating itself out from the inside out.
That's a good point.
Yeah, thank you to my brother Angry Snowman for the $10 cash app.
Yeah. But no, I really think there's just going to be a serious delineation, because you got some guys like Brother Leon on your panel. We can have a nice conversation on Nate's channel, Trey's. There's another young brother just came out. His name is Chaotic Truth. He has a really good channel. I don't know if you guys are familiar with him. He's been on Bernard's channel. You might want to check him out. He has some open panels with real good pragmatic conversation. They talk about all different things. So you have some guys in the space who are actually thinkers and want to have a rational discussion.
Oh yeah, I'm not going to
and want to have some things from a therapeutic perspective and actually help other men. But then on the other hand, you have some guys where they just want to use this as an irrational emotional outlet for whatever they're feeling.
And they get on here and bitch and whine and cry like some bitches.
So indeed, absolutely.
I mean, let's just keep it real and keep it simple. That's what some of these motherfuckers are doing. They're getting on here crying like some fucking baby mama strag bitches.
Yeah, you go. Good evening, Kelly.
And then they want a cap for the same baby mama strag bitches that they're whining and crying about.
That's it.
So indeed.
Got to say a shout out here to Kelly Torrance. She's in the building. Welcome.
You know, it's the insanity level is fucking. But I've seen so many different people in the last year flip flop back and forth from where they stand and what their morals are and where their ideology is and where their integrity lies. so many fucking times that I'm done with half of them, dude. For real.
Yeah, it is.
Oh man, go ahead, Leon.
No, and that's what I did with Osama and you guys. Because I'm trying to, what I want to do, I want to have my panel diverse, and I'm talking about real thinking men, because some of these brothers, man, I don't know, man.
You can tell when it's a thinking channel because they're the ones that are getting slammed and constantly getting, poked at and having, streams done about them by everybody else because they go against the fuckery that everyone else wants to keep perpetuating.
I said, no, you said it perfectly, man. You said it perfectly, Snowman. And just like to piggyback on what Leon was saying, same thing. I've been saying the last couple of months, there's a lot of pranksters in this space. And I'm a mod on about 15 channels. It's very few channels I'm on. Little Big Nate's channel. I come to Leon's channel. Other than that, it's a lot of guys. I mean, I was in their chat room all the time. But number one, I only have a limited amount of time. I mean, I'm working. I work 60 hours a week. It's not more. So you'll never see me in a chat room during the day because I'm always working. You got some of these guys, man, they're literally on chats 10, 12 hours a day, and they're talking about their high value. They got this, that, and the third. No, you're not, because you're literally on YouTube all day, and you're not making money from it. So stop with the cap, number one. But, yeah, just like you said, Leon, I see the look on your face, and it's just we have some brothers in this. We just have some guys in this space in the overall manosphere where you just don't know where they stand. Then a lot of it is everything's a dick and menstrual contest. Well, I'm high value. Well, I got this. Well, I got more bitches. Well, it's just like they keep on moving. They keep on verbally moving the goalposts instead of just trying to have a rational and diplomatic conversation with other like-minded men. And even if you're not a like-minded man, at least just try to have a diplomatic conversation. Well, I don't have to agree on everything. Like I've said plenty of times. I've said plenty of times before, Brother Leon. I'm a conservative man. I mean, if I had to choose between the left and the right, I lean more right. But I abhor politics as a whole. I know there's a much bigger esoteric agenda behind everything that's going on. So I say that all the time. Like, you see me, I am who I am.
The type to say it says that really loose-handedly that you lean right.
You said what?
You seem like the type that says that really loose-handedly.
Well, here's the thing.
You seem like more that's just a constitutionalist type, that you believe in.
Absolutely.
The right for everyone to have life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, plain and simple.
I mean, if I had to say I had any political leaning, if I had to say, I'm more of a libertarian than anything else. But there's certain things I can't say everything is bad about. And the thing about it too, right now, the Democratic Party and the left is so much more polarized in 2020 than they were 10, 20, 30 years ago. Like my dad.
Dude, they don't do shit, man. They don't do shit. They haven't even passed a fucking bill in 5 years.
Right.
That infrastructure bill that you and I were talking about. Oh my God.
I mean, Jesus Christ, dude. Look at any of these fucking House quote unquote meetings or debates or Senate meetings or debates now. And there's maybe a handful of fucking people in these goddamn places. What happened to having a Congress that actually was in session debating these things like they are fucking paid to do?
Well, you know what it is? The Democrats have a lot of donors, bro. They outspend the Republicans.
Dude, it's Republicans and Democrats both at this point.
Brother Leon, I gotta kind of disagree with that. You look at the top. You look at Goldman Sachs. You look at a lot of the big Fortune 500 companies. A lot of them donate 50-50 to both the Democratic and Republican.
That is true. Like you had one of them passed away, but you still have the Republicans form of George Soros. It used to be the Koch brothers. They would donate. It's a lot out there.
Dude, it's the same fucking bullshit fucking, rigmarole that dude, every 2 years we get a whole the opposite side trying to fucking put us all in debt over some bullshit. Plain and simple, over some bullshit. You know what? I say let the debt ceiling fucking collapse on them motherfuckers. Let Congress not get fucking paid. I'm sure America will be just fine without a federal fucking government.
Amen. Amen.
And one of the things too I say with politics, brothers, is and I said I kind of alluded to this a little bit earlier today. The richest demographic per capita as any you take away Jews, but Asians are wealthier than any other demographic in America per capita. Asians, by far and away, are the least politically inclined. I'm going to tell you something, Brother Leon. I was out in Fairfax County, Virginia. It was actually the day in November when they had one of the elections. I had to actually go to the courthouse out there because I had to deal with some car I had before that was registered in Virginia. Yeah. And I always look at things from an analytical perspective, so I can kind of break it down. Fairfax County is a very diverse county. It's about 20% Asian. In that line to vote, it was long. I would say there was at least 500 people in that line. I kid you not. I saw 2 Asians out of 500 people. In a county that's about 20% Asian. Asians don't really vote. They're more about just I'm gonna follow the law. I'm gonna follow the bylaws of society. I'm gonna mind my own business. I'm gonna put my head down and I'm gonna do what it takes to succeed. That's my thing. I'm not gonna. I don't have time to worry about the political propaganda on either side.
The problem is all that shit that really does affect us though, and it's destroying our nation, bro. And if the shit doesn't get reined in on some kind of level, we ain't going to have a nation to pass off to our kids and our grandkids.
I don't know, man. There's a you got a point there, Snowman, but there's also a big pony and dog show behind the scenes with both political parties.
And I get that.
I'm going to tell you, I live in the Washington, D.C. area. I was a waiter and a bartender in D.C. for about 18 years. I worked in a lot of very nice restaurants where a lot of congressmen would come in. It's not all you think it is, man. It really isn't. I went to this place, Capitol Grill. It's like literally, it's a nice steakhouse. It's right there across the street from the Capitol. I can't tell how many conversations I heard with politicians, and you'll see a lot of bipartisan. You'll see a Republican and Democrat. They're talking about business and off camera. It's not what you think it is, man.
Oh, trust me, I'm well aware, dude. I'm one of them guys that try to get people to understand that. Do you really think that all these people, even though they're right and left, that they really don't work in the same damn building and they're literally right across from the hall from each other and they're fucking, enemies all 100% of the time? These motherfuckers are working together to get this shit passed to destroy this country.
Oh yeah,
they're really doing it together
because they're getting paid, man. They're crony capitalists, and I don't, when it comes to conservative and all that stuff, I'm like Osama. I'm more or less libertarian. I want less government, less tax.
Dude, that's what liberal used to mean.
Well, that's what it used to mean, but liberal today means socialist.
No, liberal today now means you're a fucking communist loon.
I would have to say it's almost a hybrid of communism and socialism, because even though I'm like live and let live and I want to be left alone, there's certain aspects, not in America, it wouldn't work in America, but I look at some of the certain aspects in some of the socialist countries, and there's some things there that actually work pretty well for their societies in a smaller country. It couldn't work in a country of 350, but the thing is, socialism couldn't work in a capitalist society of 350 million people. It's just you can't have a system a certain way for 400 years and then try to resurrect that and do things 180 degrees, boom, the drop of a hat. But that's just bigger than America. That's a whole new world order. That's a whole other conversation. If you guys want to have that conversation, I can go deep with that. I can go real deep.
Dude, I'm down, man. You let me know, and I'll go down that.
You got to run a live stream on that. But Kelly's comment says our so-called shadow government is so weak and fake. Soros needs to be departed. Good owner of the media. Everything done in our face. All distraction.
That's a fact, man.
That's facts. Yeah, that's facts.
Well, you know what George Soros and all these billionaires and head of Fortune 500 companies, they're pretty much in real time. They are what the kings and queens were 300, 400, 500 years ago.
Yep.
They are the corporate, they are the oligarchs, and they are the elites of society that run society.
They're the ones running shit and telling Congress what to
do. Absolutely.
All across the world.
And all Congress and politicians are puppets to the big corporations.
They're the guys.
They've been bought. They've been, all these politicians, special interests, they've been bought. They've been paid for. And, at the end of the day, the politicians really cater to the dumb crowd.
Well, look, Leon, that's why for the last year, man, I've been like you telling everybody they need to just fucking wash their hands of the federal government. I'll never vote in another federal election for as long as I live. Now, as far as I'm concerned, only thing I give a fuck is state and local. State and local. That's all that fucking matters to me. You want to know why? Because state and local is what affects me.
Well, that's where all the action is, and that's where we need to actually get involved because the school system is poor. I mean, I think
well, look, dude, everybody wants to try and cut the fucking head off the fucking snake, being the federal government, knowing damn well you cut that head off, it's like a hydra, and 3 more are going to grow back in its fucking place, and they keep forgetting about the fact that even our local governments are getting to the point to where they're just as corrupt as the federal government. And we actually have influence in our local areas. We can actually change the local government. That's where you got to start.
You got to change the local. Yep, you do. Again, shout out to my boy Computer Robot. So we're getting into a little bit of politics. That's what we're talking about.
I think they should bring back fucking public hangings on courthouse grounds, man. Hang on these motherfuckers.
They used to do that down in Texas.
I promise you, dude. You fucking hang a few of them motherfuckers outside of the fucking Capitol Hill, right on live national TV, and people start changing their minds real fucking fast.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah.
Because every one of them are guilty of treason. Every fucking one of them.
Yeah.
But yet they want to focus on January 6th and say that those guys were fucking the ones that committed treason. Get the fuck out of here. You guys have sold us out to the fucking highest bidder for as long as I've lived.
And they gerrymander all the districts so the incumbents keep winning. And that's why we got the same incumbents for the last, 30, 40 years. I mean, career politicians. Now, I know in Maryland, where I used to live, politicians are only there part-time. They're not full-time. I know in Pennsylvania, they're full-time. But Maryland, I'm talking about the state politicians, okay? Because I remember there was a guy in there. He was a nasty Democrat named Michael Bush, the Speaker of the House in Maryland. God, I hated that guy.
To be honest with you, I'm glad I found a lot of you guys that are intelligent because you know what? YouTube, in my private life, I thought people were dumb when it came to the fucking Constitution, politics, law. But get on YouTube, and there are some fucking ignorant motherfuckers on here that don't know shit that should just keep their fucking mouth shut.
Yeah, you got.
I got to agree with that 100%. Some people just need to keep their mouth shut. That's like one thing about me. I'm not going to speak on a topic I don't know nothing about. Like when it came to the IT thing, I don't know anything about IT. I learned more about IT listening to Sir Tice's one.
I'll be asking them questions.
Yeah. If I don't know, like one thing I'm not into religion. I want to learn more about religion just because I'm not religious whatsoever. I never have been, aside from the name. But when there's a religious discussion, I don't take a part in it. You know why? Because that's not my area of expertise. I'm not going to speak on something I don't know about. But unfortunately, you get some of these idiots on YouTube, and they want to have a say on things they know nothing about. And then when they get academically and intellectually outmanned, then the emotionality comes in. It's just like a whole.
Well, then they start
calling you BS.
And they start calling you names and stuff. Then
exactly.
Well, they resort back to that fucking single fucking mama strag mentality where they get all up in their fucking feelings and get offended and take shit personally instead of talking with fucking reason because, you can disagree with dignity. You don't have to be a moron about it.
I mean, if you're on the left and you can put some sense behind what you're saying, I'll sit there and listen. I don't have to agree with it, but you cannot have a discussion with somebody on the far, far left.
Absolutely not.
Because every position that they take, it's always something to do with symbolism. You're black, you're trans, you're this. It's never about the subject, man. It's always about taking something from someone else. And that's the problem. And I'm not saying the right's not guilty of that either. I look for people who have common sense. I mean, I don't have to be a scholar in politics. Tell me common sense wise how that policy would work.
Dude, common sense died when they started putting labels on bleach bottles so people wouldn't drink the shit.
Well, yeah, it did. but I got to have common sense. I mean,
if you got to have a label put on a fucking chemical so you know it's not safe to fucking ingest, then maybe you should just let natural fucking order take place.
Right.
Oh man. Oh man.
I mean, it's just like going out there dating. We talk about dating. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not a scholar on women. I don't have to be a scholar on a woman about women. I'm not a pimp like some of these other guys. Like, Minister Chapman, shout out to him, and shout out to Red Supreme. They can talk about women all day, but I'm not saying they're experts. They have their way of presenting it.
I'm an expert on what not to do.
Right. So I'm going to use common sense on what not to do because I'm all about my pocket.
I'm an expert on what women not to
do. You know what? Matt, you want to talk?
Yeah, go ahead, brother man.
Oh no, I'm just listening. I'm sitting back listening, man.
Okay, no, go ahead, brother Matt. I don't want to cut you. Yeah, go ahead, finish.
No, I'm actually grilling some steaks, man. I'm listening to y'all right now.
Some steaks?
No, yeah, nigga.
At night,
I'm
at night.
Hey, in the cold, outside of the cold, man.
All right, so let me talk about something a little when it comes to regards to women.
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Okay, there's two dating coaches I recommend. There's only two. That's ARC, and that's my brother Ron Wills. Now, whether you like ARC or not, I think more people in this space like him than not. And if you notice, he's actually getting more and more popular every day. One of the things with ARC, I'm going to tell you, he's absolutely truthful. And I'm going to tell you straight up, I've had a lot of experience with a lot of women in my life. I don't say this to brag, but probably more than 95% of men. I'm just put it out there. And I can tell by the way ARC talks and the way his stories, he is extremely experienced with women. And having that experience with women, he's able to speak a lot more eloquently and articulate his experiences and be an expert in that realm. Some of these other guys who could call themselves dating coaches or female experts, I can tell they don't have any experience. They have very little experience with women, and they're not really qualified to speak upon what they've been with. What's that?
Just imagine the hell he had to have went through to be that experienced, though.
Yeah, he had to.
You know, Angry Snowman. I mean, ARC's. I think he's 58. Yeah, okay, I'm 44. The mating game was a lot less complex before social media, man. I mean, it was more about.
I'll give you that.
It was you just cold approach a woman in the club, you get her number. If she's feeling you get down with it. But your actual, I'm not going to say game, your actual social presence, the way you carry yourself, and your actual in-person communication and appearance, and just being able to make a woman feel a certain way from that in-person experience, it went a long way. The art of that is not what it used to be. So it was not that hard back in the day to have just a casual relationship with multiple women without a lot of consequences to be paid. It's nothing like it was now.
I get that. It ain't like you can go meet a woman in a grocery store or laundromat now and kick up a conversation and shit like you used to be able to do.
And I'm going to tell you,
you can, but what's the chances of her actually keeping it real with you without playing a whole bunch of fucking games, man? Because they all come with some bullshit anyway.
Yeah, they do.
No, now you got all these fucking 40-somethings and mid-20s and 30-somethings on TikTok fucking basically, just bearing all to try and hope like hell they can pick up a man. TikTok's become the new fucking brothel of the internet.
You want to hear some bullshit? You want to hear some bullshit? I had a bitch actually tell me one time, if you want my time, cash at me. Bitch.
Dude, before I met my wife, when I went all fucking womanizer and shit and started treating women the way they treated me and just didn't give a fuck no more for 3 years, I met this chick up in a bar, man. Went to talk to her, and this was like probably 10, 11 years ago, back at the height of like Facebook and shit. And she's like, are we Facebook friends? No. Well, then why the fuck are you talking to me? What? The fuck you? How the fuck are you? What's the point being at the bar then? I'm confused.
Yeah, because I'm in the fucking
roofied and get taken advantage of then?
Because I'm into women, bitch. That's why I'm talking to you. You stupid bitch.
Yeah, you got a number of them. And Living Pepper Wing says all those so-called experts on YouTube just use the next man's talking points. Some of them do. He says it's a great scam. They just target the emotions of a vulnerable simp. Well, you know, somebody mentioned TikTok. Well, TikTok and what is it, Instagram? I'm not on either. They draw a lot of simps.
Snapchat, dude. When I met my wife, the first thing I made her get rid of was Snapchat.
What is that? I never heard of that.
I've heard of it. I don't even know how it works myself.
Oh, okay.
Basically, it's supposed to be safe because where people send pictures, and the pictures eventually just vanish. So you ain't got to worry about it. So these dumbasses think. I was like, you don't think there ain't a catalog of that shit all over somewhere in a database in a fucking black site somewhere that the fucking CIA owns? Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck off that site. You're a moron.
Yeah.
My wife is all she has is Facebook. That's all I'll let her have. She ain't allowed to have Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, none of that shit at all whatsoever. She ain't got no reason to have none of that shit. Period.
Well, see, the only reason why I use Twitter, I don't even talk. I just post my videos up on Twitter, and then my other channel, the Mind, the STEM, I just post that up on LinkedIn. That's all. I don't really get into the social media. I never gotten in it. Although I did have MySpace, and that went out.
MySpace, dude, I was one of the last people to leave MySpace. I held on and held on and held on.
Well, whatchamacallit, I believe that he's from Memphis, Tennessee. What is his name? That Justin Timberlake owns some of that MySpace. It's still out here.
Really? MySpace is still out there?
It's not. If you can remember your password and your email that you use for it, you can get on a site and actually pull off all your old pictures and shit that you had on MySpace.
I can't even remember that site.
But dude, I can't even remember what I fucking ate 3 days ago, let alone that.
Right.
I can't remember anything on that, but I remember when I call that the Facebook before Facebook, and now Facebook.
That's OG Facebook, bro.
Yeah. Well, Facebook is gone now. It's called Meta.
Now, Facebook is fucking Fedbook. That's what it is. It's
powered by Meta.
Oh, it's powered by Meta.
Yeah.
Facebook is Fedbook, and YouTube is now fucking CIA Tube.
Yeah. Well, I know when me and Matt got on YouTube, man, you could say what you wanted, and
you really could.
Dude, it's changed so much just since the fucking pandemic, it's changed so much.
It changed. And in fact, to make money, we didn't have to have 4,000 watch hours for 12. I mean, in order to monetize, you got to have 4,000 hours of watch time per month, I believe, for 12 months.
Look, if you think about it, it wasn't until the adpocalypse with fucking Steven Crowder that they did away with you remember the old YouTube fucking rabbit holes that you would get sucked into that they would recommend you'd watch a movie and then fucking end up down a rabbit hole of some shit you didn't even want to know.
Yeah, and I remember Alex Jones. He was on here.
You're damn right I'm regulating my fucking divine soulmate like that, man.
Real talk. I would say about 9. This is no exaggeration. I've been a follower of Alex Jones for about the last 16 years, since 2005. I had all his DVDs.
Oh, he was.
Listen. At a minimum, this is no exaggeration. 85 to 90% of everything Alex Jones has said came to fruition one way or another.
That's a fact, dude.
Yeah.
Bill Cooper.
Almost everything.
God.
Oh, Bill. Hey, there's another guy I'm really into now. I don't know if you're familiar with him, Snowman. You heard of David Icke?
Yeah, I got actually. I'm
David Icke.
as we speak.
Oh, David Icke is the man.
Now there's another. There's another guy, Osama, you got to listen to. He's a professor. His name is Professor Steve Turley. Salute to Trey in the building. What's going
Trey
on?
in the building. What's good, Trey?
What's going? Yeah, we need Trey to get up here, boy. Let me drop that link, boys. Get Trey up here. Trey will.
Trey gonna come up here and tear your fucking panel apart.
Hey, Trey.
He's gonna red pill the shit out of it.
Hey, we need guys. Well, talking about the manosphere, we need guys like Trey and the manosphere. The meeting. Yeah, I'm looking for someone to be there. I believe next it's going to be better, but I do believe there are some splits in the manosphere. I do believe.
Absolutely. And here's also the thing too. It's a good thing because I was actually talking to my brother Cool about this offline. We're just talking about me, him, a few other brothers, just having a cool little meetup. We got to do cool, laid back things like this. Start meeting up with like-minded brothers, but and everything doesn't have to have a rigid delineation. Like you're using the word manosphere, so you got to get permission from this person or that person. Nah, I think that's a little too much. We should just do things free flowing, but also have a strict delineation of be amongst other people who are like-minded. You dig what I'm saying?
I dig.
Because like I'm saying, just some of these, I'm just realizing because everybody knows me. I post under my name. I'm very honest and open. I'm an open book about who I am. And I even get some of the energy I get from some other guys about how I live my life. Sometimes it's just like, really, it's not necessarily in your face, but it's just kind of like that outward vibe I'm getting that. And it's just like, you're not doing this, you're not doing, we're just on a different page. And that's fun. Like right now, brother Leon, we're just having a cool conversation. It's like a let boys be boys conversation. I'm really enjoying this. This is a hard vibe to get in this space.
David Icke, that's the book I'm reading right now.
Oh, that's the man, bro.
Oh yeah, Trey, Gulag meetup. We'll have fire break. Hey,
dude,
Trey,
I get to be a keynote speaker to the Gulag meetup.
Fuck
everything
Trey, let
up.
me know, and brother Trey, let us know when you're streaming again. Let me know when you're streaming again, bro. Let me know when you're streaming. Because Trey got some good stuff.
We need to have midget tossing at the Gulag meetup too, man. Get some midgets to let us toss them at a fucking dartboard.
Trey got his wife working around the crib. That's all right. Hey, we here for you, brother, man.
That means we'll have some fucking fresh empanadas.
Let me know when you're streaming. Trey's got that truth, man. Got to have him up there, man. I like salute Melly Mel. What's good? You in the building? Welcome.
No, I got bad respect for Trey and brother Hoodservative and FKC, man, because you know what? When the fucking manosphere decided that they wanted to try and fucking assassinate me, they were the first three brothers to go straight to work and fucking set shit straight.
Yeah, I tried. Like I said, I tried to call you. I didn't have your number, but I emailed you, and that's why I say, hey, you're welcome on my. Regardless, I mean, I went to Atlanta with those, but I'm gonna tell you.
Hey, you know what? A lot of them brothers don't have nothing to say about it anymore. They'll still hop up on the panel with me. I respect them if they don't want me on their channel. I'll listen in the shadows because sometimes they got something decent to say. There's only a couple that I take real issue with.
But you're welcome to come up on mine anytime. You're welcome to come up on Trey's and Freeze, my boy Free Zone. You guys, come on up here, man. I have to show you this woman's.
He says I have to show you this man sued a woman for ghosting him during a date. That's you want to piss a strag off, man? Ask her if she wants to go out on a date, and then when you get the bill, man, and the waitress hands you the bill, look at her and say, "Why are you handing it to me? Split this bill." She's paying for her own fucking dinner.
And see, everybody does their stream different. See, I'm not one that's gonna, Nate does his. He'll show you the videos. I like to do a 30-minute. What do you call it? A monologue.
Monologue, whatever.
Yeah, and get the stream going so everybody because that's the whole purpose of it. If I want to do I got Blog Talk Radio. I just I have a way now, and I'm producing PowerPoints and everything now.
No, he didn't. Mel said he actually won the case.
Oh, You better get his ass up here on the panel and explain something.
You got to explain that one, man, because how did he win the case? Did he make her sign a fucking contract or something?
Salute, we got the Roger Report in the house, and that's a big channel up there, man. Hey, I already dropped the link, man. Roger Report is welcome to come on up here.
I mean, kudos to him. More men need to win against these fucking strag-ass fucking dumbasses.
He needs to let me know what happened.
Look, dude, we need to take a page out of Rage Against the Machine's fucking lyrical repertoire, and we need to take the power back. Take the power back from these bitches. Take the power back from this government. Take the power back from these morons. Take the power back from these idiots.
The only way we're going to do some of that, I'm going to tell you who's in our way, though, brother Angry Snowman. It's these simps. Believe it or not. They're the ones that are.
Don't forget about that fucking alphabet community. Them motherfuckers, they got too much say so and shit too. Right? That fucking alphabet community, man.
Dude, it's all kinds of fucked up. Look, dude, I'm to the point now where I don't even think anybody's. It ain't even about equality anymore. It's about who can have the highest fucking soapbox and scream the fucking loudest.
That's it. Got on the panel. Got my boy Melly Mel.
Yeah, we'll put the chat. Yo.
What's going on, man?
What's up, man? Yo, I was like, yo, when I saw this video, shout out to Black Crew, man. He's the one that technically was saying it. So we got to start suing these women. And yo, I saw this on my screen, on my own suggestion screen on my YouTube page when you see the suggestions videos. And I looked, I was like, what? Yo, this happened like 2017. But like, yo, this dude, he sued this girl. First, the whole story was that she was texting during a movie date, and then usually telling her like that's kind of rude, like you want to take it outside in the back and everything, come back and finish that. So she did, and unfortunately, she did not come back to the date. You want to know what happened? He went and took her to civil court and sued her for the money he paid for the date. It was like
good for him.
$20.
Two for $20.
He should have got it for fucking pain and suffering too.
Yo, he won the case too. It was like one of them news report bills and shit. And I think that the lady, the reporter, like came like in between the middle, and she's like, "Yo, y'all want to settle this right now?" And she was like, "Yeah, okay, I'll do." He was like, "Yeah, okay, yeah, just give me my money. That's it." Yo, she paid for $20. She was like, she tried to talk all shit about him and shit, but like, yo, he didn't give a shit. I'm gonna try to put the video up if I can share it.
Yeah, anybody?
That's fucking hilarious, man.
Yo,
hey fellas, hey, I'm out for the night though, man. So I'm gonna talk to you guys later. All right, Mel. Hey,
brother.
Hey, brother, son, it's always good to have you. Come on back, brother.
Great
Don't be a
discussion,
stranger.
man. So if you guys are over on Nate's show, I should be on there tomorrow. But I gotta, you know what? I said I gotta start doing a little bit more reading that night before I go to sleep. So I'm about to do about an hour of reading, and get back on it, man. So
hey, man, if you want a good book to look into, man, look into the CFR. Have you ever read that book? The Council on Foreign Relations, man. You read that book and you'll learn a lot about why we are the way we are now.
You said the book is called the CFR. I'm studying a lot about the CFR, but I've never read the actual book. So I'm actually going to check it out on Amazon right now, brother. Man.
Yeah, it's written by Phoebe Courtney is the author.
Oh, I know about Phoebe Courtney. That's what's up. All right, man. I appreciate the recommendation, man. You guys have a good night. And,
all right, peace. Don't be a stranger.
All right, man. Have a good night, man.
All right, peace.
Okay. I don't know if you can see the screen.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I see us.
Yeah. All right, you see the other screen?
Yep.
All right. I'm gonna rewind it.
You got some volume in it?
Yeah, you can hear it?
For texting during their first date. No joke.
Let me see if I
behaving as though this behavior is perfectly normal.
Wait, can y'all hear it?
I can hear it.
Okay. Wait, you said a little bit?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear it.
Oh, it's perfect clear. Okay. Sorry. Let me turn the mic up if I could. But all right, I'm gonna play it now. I'm gonna rewind it a little bit back to the beginning.
Yeah, go ahead.
No joke.
All right, give me a second. All right.
This dude is suing this woman for texting during their first date. No joke.
She was behaving as though this behavior was perfectly normal. So much so that I actually thought to myself, who does this?
Brandon Besmar met Crystal Cruz on Bumble, the online dating site. He took her to see Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2.
She looked like she's straight out of White Wakanda.
Brandon paid $17.31 for each ticket. The date was going just fine until
about 15 minutes into the movie, the phone comes out, text, read, text. And it was nonstop.
My best friend texted me to make sure I was okay, was on my date, was about a total.
Oh my God, dude, that voice is annoying.
Obnoxious? No, not at all.
But Brandon says he really got fed up.
I said, maybe you can take it outside. Like, I've seen people get kicked out of movies for things like this. Next thing I know, she says, I'll be right back, stands up, leans in, I'll be right back. Never saw her again.
Now, most guys would be like, whatever, not a good match, move on. But not Brandon. The next day, he sent Crystal a text demanding his $17.31 back.
Your behavior Saturday was not only rude, but it cost me money. I want you to compensate me for the $17 movie ticket. Will you do this, or do I have to pursue the money in small claims court?
I text him back, this is insane. I'm not paying you back today. I laughed it off because I didn't believe that it would come to this.
But he meant it. Here's the paperwork Brandon just filed in small claims court demanding $17.31. Crystal's texting habit is a threat to civilized society. He thought we could help mediate, so our Megan Alexander brought Brandon.
Look at them bony ass legs.
Date went south.
Crystal has something she wants to say to you.
What do you want to say, Crystal?
The date just didn't work out, and I will love to give you your $17.31 if you can just leave this alone.
I do accept the apology.
She made him, dude. He made her settle out of court.
$31. Let's count it right, just to make sure it's all here. 10, 15, 16, 17, 31 cents. I appreciate this.
It's settled?
It's settled, man. Time to withdraw this court case. Absolutely. It's settled.
Don't bet on a second date for these two.
Wow.
Inside edition, Strag version.
That's winning.
Yo, that man is a hero.
What?
Yo. I gotta
right
look
there.
for Black Uru. Where is he? Yo, Roger, I know you in the chat, man. Yo, I'm gonna send you the link. Yo, you gotta send that to Black Uru.
Hey, Roger,
That
you welcome to
motherfucker
come
needs a
up here on the
monument, son.
panel. Hey, let me drop the link one more time. Get him up on the panel. I mean,
He needs a monument.
that right there.
Yo,
I
man.
just dropped the link. That right there. I got 2 more slots open for the link. For the panel. That was fun. I don't know how we did that. but we did that.
Yo, dudes ain't playing now, man. Yo, they going berserk on these chicks now. They yo.
Hey, dude, you think I'm playing when I said I made some girl pay for her own dinner when I took her out to dinner?
Yo, you know what he forgot to do? He forgot to hire a lawyer and make her pay for his lawyer expenses as well. Put that bitch in the pocket.
Shit, I would have sued her ass for making me listen to that annoying ass voice.
I wonder if he got something out of that. Well,
He got some respect. He got my respect.
Facts.
Damn.
Man, if I could go back and sue every bitch that ever. Oh,
Exactly,
man.
yo.
Oh my God, dude.
The message.
salute my boy Kenneth Williams in the chat.
Is there a statute of limitations on that shit?
Hold on, word.
Man, if there were, I don't
Got
think
his money though. Shit. I don't care.
if there were, I think we'd all put it. Shoot, we wouldn't be working. We'd probably have our own YouTube platforms out all the money we spent.
Oh, yeah, right.
Yeah. But it shows you dudes aren't playing.
No shit. Oh damn.
I
Dude,
love
being
it.
singles is fucking expensive, bro. Straight up.
Hell yeah,
Especially if
yo.
you're single and dating.
Well, hey, brother Angry Swindler, that's why I got the dating rules, so we wouldn't have to go through that. So I
The
dropped the
rules
link
still
to.
don't save you from fucking paying for everything.
That's right.
I'm straight mode one with chicks, man. Like, yo, I don't want to take you to dinner, man. I just want some pussy. That's it.
I mean, explain something to me. How do these women think that there's any kind of logic in, they want to have all the rights and equalities of a man, but they don't want to have to deal with any of the fucking downfalls of being a man.
Exactly. The responsibilities of what we take, the losses and shit.
Right. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's just in fucking sanity. I want to be able to be a man, but I want you to still treat me like a fucking woman and pay for everything. Go eat a fucking fuck you. Get out of here with that shit. Go kick mud.
Thank you, Grago. I'm gonna keep doing videos because you know what when I put out something, we need to hear all this information. It's not my channel's not fake here.
You know what, Kelly? I used to never be so angry. Ask Leon. I didn't used to be so angry, man. You made me this way.
Hey, Angry Snowman, you got red pilled real quick in the last.
Oh, brother, man, I'm gonna tell you what. I ain't never had so many quote unquote fucking masculine men fucking turn their fucking back so fucking fast like some fucking bitches. Oh my god, dude.
Hey.
Well, me, Trey, you welcome on our panels. And
what's crazy, dude, is like I told you, man, the people that I thought would fucking have a dude's back were the ones that were quick to try and sell a motherfucker out, sell him down the river. The people that I didn't expect were the ones that stood up. Make that shit real.
That's why some of them want to come on my panel. And
I told you that, dude.
But you know what? That's okay. I knew it was going to happen.
See, Free Zone even said, I remember the happy snowman.
Oh, yeah.
I was happy, man. They fucking made me this way.
Well, but you know what, though? This is what I'm saying. We have to continue to deal with like-minded people, bro.
Well, there's no sense in tap dancing around the shit, man. I'm not going to sit there and try and make sure that the language and verbiage and lexicon that I use is, part of what makes you feel all fucking warm and fuzzy inside.
No, fuck that shit. Fuck that, bro.
I'm just going to fucking tell it how it is, and if you don't like it, get the fucking stepping.
You ain't going to put no fucking cut on anything for anybody. We're not here to cater to your feelings and fuck the bullshit. Either take it or leave it.
If you want that shit, go to your fucking mammy.
Exactly.
And we gonna
remember, she's the one that had you growing up thinking you ain't an ate shit motherfucker anyhow.
That's used to it. I got Free Zone back in the building. What's going on? What's going on, brother Free Zone?
Oh, what's popping? What's popping? My bad. I was muted, man. I'm gonna tell you what's crazy about the whole situation. They got mad at this man for some jokes, but had no smoke for the people who were actually doing the things that this man was joking about. Like, they would cover, they would actually cover.
Shit, man. They still do.
Yeah, man, but we held my man down, man, because it was crazy. Like, y'all really mad at some jokes.
Dude, and it still gets pointed out all the time on streams, all the time. These motherfuckers doing this, but yet they was mad at a man for telling some jokes.
Well, I understand. That's why you welcome here. Hey, look, I'm not going to lose. Look, the thing about an audience, you can always gain new people, but I believe the audience we got, and we got awesome Alice in the building. What's going on?
Hey, I'm slowly building my back up, man. They fucking finally got my old channel terminated once I got about 600 subs, man. So I'm starting over from scratch. I'm about 100 now again.
And you gotta let us know when you're streaming, because
I'm not going to stream again until after the first of the year, man, because I'm working on something.
Okay, yeah, and I'm working on probably to the end of the year. We got 2 weeks left. You let me know when you're streaming, Because I'm trying to shift mine to Friday, so I don't interfere with anybody else's stream, and
No, I'm working on something that's going to cause the manosphere's heads to fucking explode.
Oh shit!
Hey,
there you go.
they got to deal with the monster they created, man. Simple as that. They got to deal with the monster that they created. There's no other way to put it.
That's how it is, man. Look, like you said, free zone. You remember when I was the happy snowman?
Oh, we.
Mm-hmm.
I tried to give motherfuckers the benefit of the doubt. I'm done with that shit now. Bunch of fake ass fucking motherfuckers just trying to make money off of fucking people. Fuck all of you.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And like my man suing a chick for $17.23, you gotta hold the line.
Right.
You got to hold the line.
Hey, you know what? Remember, it's these motherfuckers that are drawing the lines in the sand. Don't get mad at me because I jump all over that motherfucker.
I mean, like I said, I'm even realizing, hey, when you do these panels, you know who's on your team and who's not.
Oh yeah,
you already know. I already know.
Well, and look, dude, I went so hard on White Wakanda that they finally left me alone. For real, I went so hard on them because they're the ones that started this whole shit that they left. They won't even talk about me. They won't mention me. Nothing anymore.
Well, when Trey's chat comes up, or when I'll support you guys. I mean, see, I'm not in this. I got a job. I got my own business on the side. I'm not in this for the money. This is why you don't hear me mentioning cash apps all. People can donate if they want to donate.
You can cash at me. I'm a poor white dude.
Well,
I'll take your money.
Oh, you got a shout out from the Roger Report. Yeah. There you go. And I've dropped the link if he wants to come on up too. He dropped it again. I've seen his channel too. He's got some good stuff on his channel too.
Now, actually, what I'm working on is I'm wanting to do I'm gonna do a documentary series on fucking the Civil War.
Yeah, you did tell me about that a while back. I'm gonna be working on some stuff too. Like I said, I'm not gonna do like some people can do 4, 5, 8 live streams a month, 10. I'm gonna just do 4 a month right now. Keep a nice small panel, and like you guys, I don't want 10 guys on the panel. That's just
Alice, the topic changed numerous times, man. Right now, we're just a bunch of dudes up here talking dude shit.
That right, and I want to keep it in that.
So if you come up here, that means you gotta be quiet and you gotta show pretty pictures.
The topic is bitches ain't shit. Men are the king, you know what I'm saying?
We got this.
Come up here with a knee bent, you feel me, and a sandwich ready.
We got this man panel going, so the same rules that apply on Trey's channel are the same rules that apply right now.
That's it.
And you bet in $17.23 for every man on the panel.
Right.
It's that type of night.
By the way, I dropped that video that Mel had in my chat.
It's that type of night.
17.
That's classic. That's such a hilarious video. Are you serious? Yeah. Like
yeah.
Dude, I'm talking drag ass bitches bring their kids. Look, man, there was one girl I fucking met on one of the fucking online apps back in the day, man. And so I didn't have to spend a bunch of money. I said, hey, man, let's go out for breakfast. You know, we go to Bob Evans. This bitch came to Bob Evans with her fucking kids.
What?
Oh, my God.
Ooh.
Yeah, I got up and left.
I
left. Straight up, I just left. I walked out the door. Fuck you.
Nah, you got to get the ones that come out in public with the pajamas on. Nah, them nasty little fuckers.
Oh, my God, dude. I see enough of that in Walmart.
Nah.
Hey,
damn, bitch, you just rolled out the bed.
Yeah.
Dude, me and the wife, we used to like to go and sit. You know how they got those like bench seats at the front of Walmart in front of the checkout aisle? Just sit there and people watch, man.
I'm gonna head on out, fellas, man. I gotta get to bed early because I gotta wake up early in the morning, get these pickup runs. All right,
Hey,
Joe.
Nice
Thanks
meeting
for
you,
having
Mel.
me up.
Good to hear from you,
Definitely,
Mel.
y'all. All right.
All right,
Till
yeah.
next time.
Holla.
You got it.
But yeah, man, Walmart is like, dude, Walmart's better than any sitcom on TV right now. Especially when it's up 24 hours, man. Catch them tweakers in there trying to shop at night.
Shit, which Walmart are you talking about? These all closed at 11 o'clock now. They no more 24-hour ones.
That's what I'm saying. When they used to be open at 24 hours, man. You'd be go in there at like 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. You see a whole fucking gang of tweakers trying to grocery shop.
Oh,
Yeah, man. Dudes be walking in there high heels
All
and
right.
dresses.
Before I go on, you guys probably know the answer to this. I took a poll, 35 votes, which is pretty good on a Wednesday night.
The answer is
Is
no.
the court system fair to men?
Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, brother Matt, you're laughing, but 3% of the people said yes, and we already know what the other.
Those were trolls.
Right, and 97% said no. That was the poll question.
They all came from the channel's name I won't name on this channel.
Oh,
Ah, man.
Yeah, man. Stop bitching about it. Pay fucking child support. Fuck that, man. How about if the bitch needs my money, how about you tell her to go get a job and give me my fucking kids?
Right.
Why I got to get put in the poorhouse because she too lazy to work.
Oh, man.
Big facts.
And then what's even crazier about it is say that you have an ex that has a good fucking job. That don't even matter.
Nah.
They still taking half your motherfucking check.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And dude, in Ohio, they could take up to 65% of your fucking paycheck.
And that's why Ohio has hoods the way they have them, because how do you expect a motherfucker to live or even do the right thing? 65% of his check is going behind child support.
65%.
Oh yeah, dude.
Oh,
I was paying my ex. It was like I think $1,200 a month for 2 kids.
Huh?
Yeah, $1,200 a month for 2 kids.
$1,200 a month.
Jesus Christ.
Jesus,
dude. I had a good job. I was making like fucking $20 an hour, but after taxes and child support, I was making $8.
Oh man,
still $1,200.
There are aren't there some states though? There are some states that at least if they don't favor towards the father, they at least are a little bit more or a lot more fair in that process, aren't there? Because I know it's a state by state thing.
What can you direct me to said state?
Let me look it up.
I know Texas only takes the father's salary, while other states take the mother's salary and the father's salary, and then they add them up, and then that's when it gets a little dicey from there.
Let's see.
Her son's father only pays $311 a month, and he doesn't pay.
Shit, my dad had 3 kids, only paid fucking $60 a week. That comes up to what? 60, 120, what? 240. 240 a month for 3 fucking kids, and couldn't pay that shit with his fucking lazy, broke down fucking piece of shit, fucking burn up ass.
Damn.
And then he tells me I'm fucking crying because I'm getting hit with fucking $1,200 a month. Fuck you, dude. You couldn't even pay fucking $60 a week. Why don't you go eat shit?
$1,200 a month. I mean, I knew, man. I had a landlord. He was paying $5,000 a month.
Jeez.
5,000 for one.
So it looks like the best states for shared parenting are Kentucky, Arizona, DC. That's what it says.
I find that really fucking hard to believe.
We'll throw that one out. Iowa,
I mean,
Nevada,
you're basically in fucking England and DC.
Pretty much. Louisiana, Minnesota, South Dakota, Wisconsin.
Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Says that's why I work because kids need stuff, so I can't wait on him. So it is.
Well, I'm gonna be honest with you though, man. I've sat and I've supported kids, and what the fucking court system says it takes to raise a kid, and what reality says it takes to raise a kid, are two entirely different fucking realities.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Each state is different, and also now state Georgia's 10% of income. So okay, that's you got to take care of your own blood, but there's a way to do it. But
well, look, like I said earlier, the fact of the matter is that original contract you're forced to sign is an unlawful, illegal, non-legally binding contract anyhow, because you're forced to sign it under duress. That is not two agreeing parties agreeing to a debt.
You don't have to sign it. You know that, right?
Oh, I do now, fucking 15 years later.
Oh.
Now I just don't pay it because, like I said, my ex has held my fucking kids hostage from me for 3.5 years. She ain't seen a dime from me for 2.5 years of that. And I take all those court summons. I take all them child support fucking bills. I take everything they send me and throw it right in the fucking trash and tell them they can kiss my ass.
You're not in arrears with that, are you?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Are you over $2,500 in arrears?
Well, who fucking knows? Probably by now. They ain't going to do shit to me. You want to know why? Because it's illegal what they're doing anyhow. And they know that I know it's illegal.
Yeah, it is illegal. It is. 25. I mean, I remember I was told by the state of Maryland.
Look,
I was told by the state of Maryland if I was.
Look, dude, if it's important for me to make sure she gets that money, it's equally important that them kids have equal and fucking quality time with their dad. Plain and simple. I shouldn't have to fucking hire a lawyer every time she gets a fucking wild hair up her ass and decides she wants to be a cunt.
Yeah. I know the state of Maryland.
Yeah, that's a fact.
The state of Maryland, if you're like $2,500 in arrears, that's when they start taking your license and everything. Mm-hmm.
I told you I made him give me my license back. I said I threatened to fucking sue every one of them motherfuckers in that child support office. 2 weeks later, they took the fucking hold off my license. I scared the fuck out of them. I had that bitch stuttering, dude. She called me back 3 times that day because she didn't know what to say to me. She said, well, first time, I got to talk to the attorney. I said, well, you can let him know whatever his answer is, then I'll put his ass on the fucking lawsuit too, because his name's on all this paperwork as well.
All right. Yeah, thank you, my mama's Mexican, for your comment. We're going to keep it positive up here. Austin Alice says, my son's father put himself on child support. My other son's father isn't on child support. The court aren't the way. I'd rather them do just right by their boys, but not all people are parents.
And I agree with that. Not all people are parents.
That's a fact.
But the fact that as soon as you go into the family court system, 99% of the time, the father is already the guilty party. The woman is already a victim. The man has to prove that he's done nothing wrong. And on top of it, they go out of their fucking way to make sure that one parent gets 98 to 99% of the fucking time with the kid, while the other parent only gets 1% of the time with the kids. That way they can fucking tax them to the extreme fucking maximum. That way they can get their fucking Title 4D fucking kickback from the federal government. That's all it's about. It has nothing to do with fucking child support or supporting kids or making sure kids are taken care of. They're using our kids to generate revenue for the fucking state.
I know me and Matt know this. Do you know visitation rights? That's not a law. That's something the court made up.
It is something the court made up.
Oh, so you know about that too?
Oh, yeah.
See, a lot of people don't know that.
Because the truth of the matter is I have a fucking natural right to my kids that they don't have the right to take away from me. The Constitution grants me the right to them fucking kids because they're my property.
Mm-hmm. You know, the court doesn't care about
that is every state. That is every state. Absolutely. Every state.
Which is another reason which is another reason why I didn't sign the birth certificate. Dude.
Dude, that's why they don't give a fuck about birth certificates. That's why they have you sign an affidavit of financial responsibility in the hospital now.
Well, I didn't sign shit in the hospital. I left. After my daughter was born, I left. There's no more here for me to sing. I'll be back later.
Look, dude, it's a legally binding contract, and they don't have no lawyer, no fucking advocate, or nothing in there when we sign that paperwork to tell you that you're signing a legally binding contract. They just have you under the assumption that you're signing the birth certificate paperwork. I shit you not.
The way courts work, father has to prove he is the father, which takes time. Then they require him to visitation in another court. Wow. Which is make moreover the children than the father and mother.
Well, look, that's kind of correct. That used to be how it is until they brought that affidavit of financial responsibility in. If you sign that affidavit of financial responsibility and you don't sit and you get sick, I think it's 6 months after you sign that to sit and take it back or decide that you don't want to be responsible. If you sign that, though, it doesn't matter anymore.
Right.
Even if that paternity test comes back and you're not the kid's biological father, you're still paying for that kid. You want to know why? Because you signed an affidavit of financial responsibility, which is a legally binding contract that the court holds against you.
Wow.
That's
well,
it.
We've been joined by my mom is Mexican. What do you have to add to the conversation we're having?
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes,
okay?
we can hear you.
Can you hear me okay? Okay. Well, I just want to say something kind of off topic since he said about natural rights.
Okay.
The Angry Snowman mentioned, yeah, he does have natural rights to his children since they are actually his property and his DNA. I went to Costco today. I live in California, and I did receive the face diaper in my hand as they were passing them out today, but I put it in my pocket and I wasn't going to obey. So my kids and we, refused the face diapers. So aren't you guys proud of me?
I heard in California that everybody except for San Francisco has got to wear the mask now. Is that true?
Well, they passed them out, put them in my pocket, and there were other people doing the same. They weren't obeying, they weren't complying, and nobody's going to say anything to me because, as Alice, I asked her what should I do earlier. Said that I can say, well, if I pass out, I'm going to sue you guys.
Yep, because you know what? Mandates aren't law first.
I felt like passing out. What was that?
A government mandate is not law to begin with.
Right.
And they can mandate anything and everything they fucking want. That still does not make it a law.
True.
That's it.
True.
And see, that's where a lot of these places have gotten away with that shit, is they keep telling people that they're laws. They're lying. Mandates are not laws. Tell them they can fucking kick mud. Kick rocks, motherfucker. Otherwise, I'll take my business somewhere else.
Facts. Well, I'm so glad we don't have that mandate here.
Well, they're talking about over in Philadelphia. They're talking about over in Philadelphia. That you're gonna they're gonna start having restaurants to where you can't dine in unless you're vaccinated and show proof of your vaccination. So,
Jab Crow 2.0, bro.
Oh yeah.
That's what I see when I see, because I've seen those signs in New York on memes and pictures and posts that people make where it says if you're not vaccinated or have a vaccination ID or whatever, you can't dine here. And that to me is no different than them saying, fucking white people's fucking bathroom and colored people's bathroom, white people's water fountain, colored people's water fountain. White people in the front, colored people in the back. I mean, what the fuck, man? Are people really going to continue on with this shit?
There you go. It's been joined by Super American.
That's Alice.
Hey, what's going on?
Yeah, I told Aladdin just to fall out on the floor and like spaz out.
Okay.
So they want to play games. We can play them too. That's how I get out of it. When they start asking me, I play dumb and deaf, y'all.
They almost had me arrested at the Muncie DMV because I wouldn't wear a mask.
I went into Georgia DMV. I was the only one without a mask. They didn't say nothing to me. I just walked in there, smiled at them. I said, I'm here to get a whole new ID.
They almost arrested me, and I had both my kids with me too.
They're going crazy with that mask stuff, especially in California now.
Well, look, dude, they didn't like it when they said, well, you know, the Governor Holcomb's mandates say that all government buildings. I kept telling them mandates aren't laws. I don't give a fuck what your mandate is. A mandate is not a law. That is that's a forced. What is it? They're trying to force a suggestion on me.
Well, you know what I told him? I said, you said mandates? I said, well, who's the man I'm supposed to be dating? And I don't feel like dating anyone. Does he come with like a steak dinner? They was like, what are you talking about? I said, mandates.
I just asked where the legislation
Who's I'm
was
dating?
passed on it.
You should just tell him you're not gay, man. Just tell him you're not gay. I don't date men.
No, I'm an asshole about it.
You think about the word mandates. Mandates. Does he eat too?
Yeah, that's true. And now, when I go into the college building, I still got to wear a mask. I mean, they are.
I feel for you, man.
Well, that's why I don't like to go to class. That mask makes me suffocate. I just, it doesn't really help anybody. Just to make you feel good.
Well, it's like when they try to do my kids like that. Okay, I'm just glad that I have the option of doing homeschool, because like the way they treat you, like if you're a parent and you go up there and you're concerned, I said it's the fact of consent. Okay, they had the shields on and they took the shields from them without telling me, and told the kids that they weren't allowed to wear that they're mandated to these masks. And my son said, what's a mandate? And they couldn't explain it to him.
It's an unlawful forced fucking suggestion.
Well, that's what I told the principal. I told her, I said, listen, these mandates are recommendations. They are not law. And she says, why are you quoting the CDC and da-da-da? I said, well, that's what you're using to justify your actions.
Well,
Then she asked me how old I was.
Made all the rules.
Well, I told her, I said, you know what? I'm gonna go to the doctor. Oh, we don't. That's gonna cost money. I said, I got Medicaid. I don't have to pay for it. She's like, well, we'll just let the kids finish the day up. I said, why don't you just give me my kids, man? It's like they didn't want to give me my kids. They won't let you in the school no more. So the very next day I went up there and I said, I need my withdrawal papers. She said, you really going to withdraw your kids because of this mask mandate? I said, yes, I am. It's not just that. It's the way you treated me.
Yep.
You treated me like I was a child. You kept saying our kids, our kids. I don't remember you being in my body when I was carrying that youngin. Yeah. I said, I'm going to do you like when my son was 2. These is mine. You remember when kids are like 2 or 3, they always say, it's mine. It's mine. Yeah, that's mine. But Snowman, about the child support thing, okay? I don't know about other states, but I know that in Georgia, when you get your paperwork, because he applied, he thought I had been messing around on him. So what he did was he applied for the DNA test, which I told him I wouldn't. I said I didn't mind doing the DNA test, but it's like it's a process, right? Then, you know, I tried to work with him. I said, you know, you could see your son. He didn't want to see him. So when he went to court, he tried to make himself look better. He's like, I want visitation. And they said he had to go to another court, and he never tried. I didn't even know that there was 2 different courts.
I didn't either.
But the paperwork is not even in my name. It's in my son's name. It says my son's name versus the father.
Interesting.
Because my name is nowhere on the paperwork besides what is it? Custodial parent.
Wow.
In Georgia, it's non-custodial and custodial.
Same in Jersey.
That's every state where it's non-custodial and non-custodial, unless you have 50-50 parenting or
yeah, that's same
But
way
in
here
Georgia, but in Georgia, if the grandparents say the both parents are being crappy, right? The grandparents have the right in Georgia to get child support from both parents.
Oh shit!
Damn, I didn't know that.
Child support in Georgia isn't just for the mother; it's for whoever tends to the kid. Like, say the kid is in foster care and both parents been screwing
actually
up.
what you did is you just proved my fact, or proved my point. If they're saying that if the grandparents end up with the kids, that they're going to get child support from both parents,
Yeah.
well, now they're double dipping into that Title 4D and getting that fucking kickback on that child support.
Yeah, they are.
From both parents now.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, but that's how it works in Georgia. It's who is.
Look, I'm
who's
trying to get
in-
you to understand, though, Alice, that
What's the title? What's the
support-
title? What's the
look up-
title thing you're talking about?
Look up Title 4D of the Social Security Administration Act.
Yeah, and speaking of that, brother Angus Snowman,
I ain't ever heard of it.
you know how they
I
find
didn't
out,
either till 4 years ago, and it pissed me off when I found out what it was.
and you know how they find out too. Let's say you change jobs, they go through the
your
US,
Social Security number.
right, and they go through the U.S. Department of Labor.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that's
That's
why
how they
every
find
time,
out.
that's why every time I've ever had a job, it's either been a cash job, a job where I'm getting a 1099 at the end of the year. You know what I'm saying? Where I got to pay my own taxes, and I choose how much money I gave them motherfuckers.
Now now if you really want to, and brother Matt knows this because he and I talked about this. You really want to get over on child support. Now you're going to have to pay something.
Yeah, you can pay them $5 a fucking weekend. That as long as you're attempting to make a payment, they can't do a goddamn thing to you.
But if you
You'll just be in arrears. That's all.
No, but if you start your own business and you pay yourself a certain amount, you say I can only pay $10 a month. They can't come after your company for the money.
Nope.
No, as long as you give them $1, they can't do it. Same thing with a bill. Say like you have a medical bill, right? And you send them $1, and if they send that dollar back, you're not required to pay that bill anymore because they refuse payment.
I started sending the bills back because I was required to carry insurance on the kids. So don't send me the fucking bill. My insurance covered that shit.
You know, it's funny that you say that, brother Angry Snowman, because I was on Nate's panel, and there was somebody in the panel that said health insurance wasn't part of child support. That's
fuck it ain't.
Yes, because when I lived in Virginia,
if I worked at a company that didn't offer health insurance, they would jack my child support payment up an extra $40 a fucking week to cover what would have been health insurance.
Because that's funny you said that. When I was working and I was making $7.50 an hour, I not only had to pay child support, but I had to pay health insurance, and I was only getting $25 every week, which is $100 a month.
Yeah, they
See,
don't give a fuck
what
about you,
happened
and the
when
thing
you-
is they don't give a fuck about you. They don't give a fuck about them kids, because if they gave a fuck about them kids, they would make sure that you weren't indigent and that you were capable of putting a roof over your head and therefore providing a roof for them to go to and be able to provide sufficient fucking and adequate fucking place for them to sleep at night and food for them to eat. But they don't give a fuck about that shit. They don't care.
No, they
Well, in Georgia, you have a review of your case every 3 years. Say the father has changed
that's
work.
in every state.
That's in every state.
Yeah, that's
here
But,
too.
right. Say he's not making as much as he was. The child support's supposed to go down or whatever. But it's like, what was that? I was thinking about something. Damn, my brain.
You know what? You want to know what pissed off the child support lady when she asked me what my job was? She tried to laugh at me when I told her I was a stay-at-home dad. She said, "Well, that ain't a job." I said, "What do you fucking mean that ain't a job? You say a fucking stay-at-home mom's a fucking job."
Yep.
It is actually a job. If
I
you
said,
go
how
to
the fuck
court,
isn't it a job?
It is a job, and it is designed just
Oh,
like.
dude, I had that bitch fucking stutter. That's why, dude. I was laying down court cases. I was laying down Supreme Court rulings. I was laying down fucking what I knew about Title 4D. I was telling her the fucking law. I was telling her how I know I could fucking sue her and take her and her fucking kids' fucking college fund from her. Dude, I had her fucking stuttering. Like I said, 2 weeks later, I got my license back.
Right.
Well, it's like, okay, like when a woman applies for TANF, right? They have TANF in Georgia, right?
They have TANF up
put
here,
me, when I applied for, like, I was having a situation, so I applied
Okay,
for
so you were on welfare, so you have
They
every
put
right to
me-
be on Title 4D because that's what Title D is for. It's to refund somebody paying back the debt of the welfare that
It
either
is.
the mother was on or the father was on.
And
Okay, but listen to this, okay? They had put me on TANF and I didn't even apply for TANF, okay? And what I found out is, okay, both my sons have different fathers, right? Well, I found out that they were forcing him to pay the TANF on not just his son, but my other son. So what I did was I cut it completely off because all they'll give you is like $200. Then they make the mother and father pay every dime back. I said, y'all didn't even give me, what is $200?
Well, that
I said,
$200 has
and I didn't
interest
even
on it.
ask for this. I didn't even ask for the TANF, okay? I said, y'all put me on all this assistance. I didn't ask for it. I asked you for some food stamps. That was it.
Yep, it's
Hold
made
on.
to destroy men
How
and
about-
families in the country. The system is a corrupted system. And,
Hold on, I'm gonna look something up real quick that I want to share.
okay.
All right.
But when I seen that they were ripping him off, I just cut it completely off because I don't feel it's right he have to pay for a child that ain't his. So that's what I did. I got the TANF cut off because why should they do that to him?
They were giving you cash assistance along with your food stamps. That's why they put them on welfare. I mean, on child support. If you were just getting food stamps, they wouldn't have put them on child support.
No, they ended up when they did my application at the DFACS office because I applied for food stamps. They applied for everything for me.
Yeah, and that's why they put him on child support because when they put everything.
No, he put
they
himself
can't-
on child support. That was long after that.
Oh, okay, all right, you got it.
I told him we didn't have to do child support. I told him just help out, spend time with your son. I tried to work with him. He says, no, I'm gonna prove that you cheated on me. I said, all right, we want to play this game? We'll go ahead and play this game. I'll wait for my paperwork in the mail. And sure enough, he sent me the paperwork. And then when we went in front of the judge, he tried to tell the judge he didn't know who I was, that I just stole his identity. He told him all kind of crazy shit. I'm just looking at him like, just keep talking. You're digging. Keep digging. You want a shovel? But the judge was like, well, he read the DNA. He's like, you are the father. So you obviously know her and you don't made all these lies up. He said, I need you to sit down, sir. And he told me to leave. So I don't know what the judge said to him.
Yeah. Yeah.
But that's what he was trying. He was trying to get me for stealing his identity and everything else. I said, what kind of shit is this? I said, you know what? I need to do mental evaluations on the next one. That's what I said. I need to
Let me ask you
this. Straight to the cabinet, medicine cabinet.
Let me ask you this. I ask you a question. Now I hear what you're saying. All this stuff that he did. Do you not see what any wrong that you might have possibly done?
I know what I did wrong. I was young, for one. I had never been in a relationship, like a real relationship with a man. I moved in with him too soon. I didn't get to know him like I should have. What I see I did wrong was this. I should have left before I got pregnant.
What did you do wrong?
Just because the way everything fell apart, okay? It is not all his fault. I don't look at it as all his fault because we both.
Okay, so then what did you do wrong? I'm asking about you. I'm asking about you, not him. I'm asking about you. We already know what he did wrong. You already specified his
What
wrongdoing. What about?
he wanted me to, let's see. For one, I was young. He was 20 years older than me. Okay. He didn't tell me that.
Okay.
What it was is he wanted to like mold me into whatever he wanted me to be, and it wasn't working. Okay.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
I'm rebellious. So I think because we did not communicate and I didn't communicate how I felt a lot of times, that was my failure because I did not communicate.
See what? Now I keep hearing you say about we and us, and I'm asking about you. You. What did you do wrong?
What I didn't communicate like I needed to. That's why I'm not when I do try to date someone, I'm upfront with them on things. Okay. I didn't communicate. I was naive. I didn't know what it was like to be in a relationship with a man and live with
Hey,
him
Alex,
and everything else.
I want to show you and everybody that's in the chat this video. All right.
Okay. You got the volume on it?
I do.
All right.
This is Michael Strauss III, State Bar Associate Secretary, opposed to equal parenting because of the potential for the state to lose millions, possibly hundreds of millions of dollars. All right. Him admitting this in court.
All right. Let's crank it up.
Thank you to the chair and to all the representatives in attendance today.
Fair
I'm
use.
Strauss. I'm
Fair
a family
use.
law attorney in Lake Cook County. I'm also vice president of a Safe Place and secretary of the Family Law Section Council of the Illinois State Bar Association, and I happen to also be the co-author of the Illinois State Bar's resolution against this bill. Currently, the state of Illinois gets federal funding and grants, and individuals obviously get state aid. There's very real potential for this state to lose federal funding, and I'm talking millions, possibly hundreds of millions of dollars, as well as parents not being eligible for the state aid. This issue has not been addressed by those in favor of this law, and so potentially Illinois loses a lot of money. Poor families lose more money, and our state gets less money.
What's in the best interest of the kid is not to worry about how much federal dollars we're going to get for food stamps in this country.
There's already litigation on that issue, isn't there, when there was 50-50?
And in speaking with some of the judges in Cook County, they brought up that there's been litigation to ensure that the people kept their food stamps, because frankly, it's life or death. Without them, they have a big problem.
So let's make sure that we keep our kids out there. Let's keep the fight on so that we can continue to get food stamps. I want my people off of food stamps. Yeah. What do you mean? That's ridiculous to even bring that up.
Let's keep that down in the back, please. We want to stay on the rails.
All I know is that not more than 2 minutes ago, you asked me not to rebut a question, and yet.
I understand that. I'm trying to keep everybody to the same set of rules to the best of my ability.
That's right out of the fucking horse's mouth.
Yeah, it is. That's it.
So he's trying to get the food stamps cut off, or what is he trying to do?
No, that was a lawyer basically saying that if we get rid of this child support and go to 50-50 shared parenting right off the rip, that the state's going to lose out on all kinds of money, the county is going to lose out on all kinds of money, and that people aren't going to be able to get food stamps and this, that, and the other, because Title 4D of the Social Security Act funds welfare.
It does. Yep.
So basically, welfare is funded by Social Security.
No, welfare is funded by child support.
Actually, everything comes down from the. Everything comes down from the Federal Health and Human Services, and then given to the states, and then the states give it to the counties or jurisdictions. That's where it all comes from.
Child support has absolutely nothing at all to do with the financial security and support of a child. Nothing at all.
It's a draconian form of collection or extortion.
It's extortion. That's exactly what it is. It's extortion by destroying fucking families.
Yep. And that's why you got the left that don't want families, because this is what they believe in.
They believe putting the government in between the families.
Yeah. That's why a lot of them love government.
And look, Alice, that's just one of a million videos I could lead you to on YouTube. I could lead you to all kinds of guys that know the law. I can give you all kinds of websites where you can get the fucking documents right from the fucking federal government on what Title 42 really is.
Yeah, I've been looking more into it because, like, what if my sons? I got 2 sons. Like, when they get older, like, how will this affect them if they end up having a kid and
unless it gets
doesn't work
they're
out?
going to be fucked.
Hey, Alice, you better have your boys read my rules of dating. That'll help them out.
Yeah, I did like your list. It was pretty nice, man.
Well, I got more. You hadn't heard 70, 74 through 100 yet. I added some more.
Now, see, what happened was at one point in time, there was a legitimate need for child support because there was a day and age where women were homemakers and they had husbands that ran out on them and left them indigent and unable to pay for anything, let alone kids. Women didn't go out. They didn't learn no trades, no skills. They didn't have the ability to go out and get a fucking job. So there was actually a legitimate need for that shit. And then here comes the fucking state and federal government comes along and says, hey, we can make money off of this.
And the funny thing about it is those old arcane divorce laws haven't changed, and you've got women who are out of the house working. And there was also a time where there were only 3 really ways you can get a divorce: infidelity, physical, and alcohol abuse.
Because I'm gonna tell you what, I've sat in that fucking room and I've watched them do that fucking child support fucking worksheet where they come up with how they're gonna charge, how much they're gonna charge you for paying in child support. What I always found interesting is they come up with a number and then that number never gets split in half.
No, it doesn't. And it's always, and that I don't know how they do in yours.
They say this is how much it costs to raise a kid, so this is how much your child support is going to be.
Yeah.
Well, why isn't that cut in half? Where's her half that she's paying of that?
Why
do I have to? Not only that, why do I have to pay her house payment, her electric bill, her grocery bill, her fucking cell phone bill, her car payment, her insurance, her water bill, her internet bill, her cable bill? Why am I responsible for that shit? Because you know what? She would still have to pay all that shit if she didn't have kids. And it's actually been proven through economics that having one kid does not raise your bills that much. And having a second kid doesn't hardly raise your bills that much more than having one kid does.
The only time it raises your bills is when they're doing extracurricular stuff.
The only bill that raises is your fucking food bill, and that's when they go through adolescence.
Yeah,
and maybe
the food bill.
The matter is the only thing that a dad should be responsible for paying is groceries for that kid and clothes and school shit for that kid. That's it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The extracurricular, like if they decide to play sports or they're in the band.
But
the extracurricular stuff. That's where it gets expensive.
Why dads have to pay half of mom's fucking bill and then fucking figure out how he's going to pay all of his bills?
See that what the real issue is people have been having kids with people irresponsible. I am guilty of it myself. Okay, it goes back to.
But you also have a system that enables this shit.
Men should think before they shoot, and women should close their legs and listen more.
You also have a system that enables this shit. Because look, you could actually be the most mindful person and accidentally knock somebody up because the only real
there's no accident. You didn't slip and fall in that.
The only real birth control is abstinence. That is the only 100% proven birth control.
There's no accident when you slip You put your thing in there. Okay, that wasn't an accident.
No,
You
it wasn't an
directed that
accident. But if
thing.
you're
Now, come on. Now, let's get back to responsibility.
Alice, let's be realistic here. You know just as well as I do.
I am being realistic.
You can be two fucking people that are using every fucking birth control known to man. You could be on your pill. You could be using condoms. You could have a fucking diaphragm. You could be using spermicide and all that shit to prevent yourself from having a kid and still get knocked up.
What's the real prevention?
Abstinence.
Good job. Now we're using our
I
dipstick,
already
Jimmy.
said that.
You already said that.
He said my brother said it only takes one good swimmer.
But why the fuck is it always the man that always 99% of the time it's the man who's held accountable for that child, not the woman.
Well, I look at it like this. When it comes to children, it's both responsibilities, man. That's why I just sucked it up and did what I was supposed to do with mine. Okay? I mean, I really
It's just as well as I do. There is a fucking epidemic.
It's my fault. I shouldn't have let him get in the goodie bag. I shouldn't have let him get in the goodie bag.
Listen, you know just as well as I do, there's an epidemic of bitches out there that use their children as fucking weapons against a man. Plain and simple.
Yes, that is very true.
They
and that
weaponize
has
their
to do
children,
with
and then those children end up suffering parental alienation because of this shit.
that has to do with narcissism.
Narcissism.
The man is
In the line, like I said earlier, the man is being robbed of his natural right to his DNA. That's his property.
Well, it's just like when I say narcissism, it's because if you look at the way these women act with their kids, they're using it as a weapon. So therefore, they do not care about the child. They just care about their rage.
And the system
They're
doesn't
pissed
care
off.
about. And the system doesn't care that women are using kids as weapons. They actually fucking encourage it.
Well, they
Because
encourage
if they didn't
promiscuity anyways.
If they
They
didn't
don't talk
encourage
about
this shit,
marriage
this shit
anymore.
wouldn't be going on, and you wouldn't have cases like mine and cases worse than mine, where there's men that go 20 plus years without seeing their kids.
Yep.
Well, there's also cases where some fathers don't want to see their kids. There's cases with
But those are
women
far-
that
those
don't
are
want to see their
far-
kids.
Those are far and few between. Those are just as fucking rare as, women
So-
want abortions, and they use rape and fucking incest as the excuse for why abortion will be legal.
Excuse me. Let me give me a
No,
second.
what I'm saying is, what I'm saying is this. Okay, you can go ahead.
Excuse me. What about that one guy who tries to do everything right, but has that nagging bitch ass baby mom that always makes things so complicated when he's just trying to be a father in his kid's life, and he has no other choice but just to fucking turn his back and leave the situation and hope that he can come back later on when his kid is older to understand, just to keep his sanity and just to make sure he doesn't lose everything that he's built and gained over the years. Because, a lot of times a bitch will take you there to where you have to make a pimp decision on, if I do this, I'm going to lose all that I gain. So maybe it's better if I just turn my back and walk away and come back later on when my kid gets older and hope they don't resent me.
Yeah, and you know how hard that is?
Well, that's what my
You know
uncle
what?
did.
But you got women that say, you know what it's like to go a whole week without not even seeing or talking to your kids. You know what it's like to go years.
No, what I want to talk about what he just
like
said.
to not even know what your kid looks like anymore.
I want to talk about what he said. Okay.
What he just said is what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Okay. Well, my uncle went through that. Okay, and he was let's see, he had 3 boys, and when they got old enough, they did come find him, and they didn't hold it against him because they knew the mama. But he was dealing with a woman just like that. He had to walk away, but he was smart. He saved all his money to get to the kids.
You do realize, though, that most of these kids suffer from parental alienation so bad that when they do finally get to talk to their dad, they come at him with so much fucking hatred and resentment.
That's right.
Yes, and that has to do with the woman being hateful to the kids just because they are a part of the father.
Why are we having a circular argument then?
It's not a circular argument. It
really
happens.
is. We know what the problem is. The problem is the system enables and allows this shit to happen, and they make money off of pushing it.
The problem is personal responsibility. People don't want to be responsible no more. It's not
I
just
took personal responsibility. It doesn't change
I'm not
the fact
talking
that
about you.
there's
I'm
a lot
talking
of
about
men that have taken personal responsibility, and it doesn't change the fact that they
I'm
still got
talking
their
about the
fucking kids taken
women.
from them.
I'm talking about the women that aren't taking personal responsibility. See, that's what needs to change. Is women want equal rights. They need to be equally treated as they need to be held responsible just as much as the men.
No,
That's what my point is.
What needs to change is the fact that we have a system that literally gives full custodial fucking and financial responsibility to a fucking person that's not capable of fucking supporting themselves, let alone kids, and then requires another person to be the financial supporter of that person rather than giving to the kids to the person that can financially support them.
Well, that's what needs to change about the system. It shouldn't be based on sex. It should be based on who is most suitable for the child.
Because nowadays, 9 times out of 10, it seems to be that dads end up being better and more loving parents than women anyhow.
So, but
I just think that we have a whole generation where people don't know how to be personally responsible, and out of them, like they say, hurt people. So a lot of these women that act this way, they feel hurt. So what they do is they take it, they use the kids, which is sad and sickening.
They grew up with a fucking mom that they watched use them and their fucking siblings as a fucking paycheck. So that was what they were taught how to fucking survive and make a living off of. And they're fucking doing the same thing they were raised by their fucking mother to do.
My brother said, "You act like a man, I'm gonna treat you like a man."
All right, though. I'm at the 420 mark. It's 10:48.
If you got them, smoke them.
And want last thoughts and thank
I don't
you all
want to
for
be in
coming on
the
the
trees.
panel. Want last thoughts beginning with you all's Malice. What's your last thoughts here?
My thought is this. I think that things need to change, and it's not going to change until we look at individuals and we go case by case, and what needs to be fixed by case by case. I don't know why a lot of women are the way they are. It disgusts me, to be honest, because I hear this from y'all men all the time, and I know it's not just something y'all are making up. Okay.
Right.
And I wish it could get better, but it's not going to change until we step up and say, you know what, we need to change these things. Like, I didn't even know that thing he was talking about. I'm going to look more into it.
Yeah, look up Title 4. I knew exactly what he was talking about.
Okay, yeah. I'll look into that because as a boy mom, I do need to know these things. So I do appreciate you letting me listen and come on here.
And you're welcome. And hey, don't be a stranger. You're welcome to come up here anytime. We're gonna have good conversation. And for the Cash App, thank you, Latin Patriot, for your $3 Cash App. You always bring some good content to the panel. Awesome, Allison. Come over here more often, please.
I will. It's just I've been working sporadically. It's like my boss, he hires people, but then they quit, man. It's like they want to get paid, but they don't want to work, man. And then next thing you know, I'm working twice as much than I agreed to, which I like the money, but damn. I'll talk to you later, 411.
All right. Thank you for joining.
Nice to meet you, Mr. Big Body Productions.
Oh, likewise. Have a good night.
Take it
All
easy.
right. Have a good night.
Bye.
Brother Angry Snowman. Your last thoughts.
This is what I got to say, and I'm a quote Rage Against the Machine. The present curriculum, I put my fist in them. Eurocentric is the last one of them. See right through the red, white, and blue disguise. With lecture, I puncture the structure of lies. Installed in our minds and attempting to hold us back, we've got to take it back. Holes in our spirit causing tears and fears, one-sided stories for years and years and years. I'm inferior. Who's inferior? Yeah, we need to check the interior of the system. Who cares about only one culture? And that is why we got to take the power back.
That was heavy. That was heavy. And when you get fired up back in 2022, you let me know when you're going to have your live stream. So me and Big Body, we can get on it. I'll support your live stream. And I'm going to be having one next week. So don't be a stranger, brother. Come on by. Let's get it heated up.
You know it, man. We need to get it heated up, man, and we need to start having these real fucking discussions, and we need to start coming up with real fucking conclusions and answers to these situations and talking about it.
Hey, angry snowman, I'm with you on your takes of a lot of the shit that's going on with the Title 4D shit. All these corrupt, crooked motherfuckers in office are just fucking us over. And my last take on some shit is this, Brother Leon.
Okay.
We as a people need to get off our bullshit and come together and get with the people who are actually creating these laws and ordinances and whatever, and get some type of what's that called when they enforce laws and shit, and when they write new laws and put shit in act.
Legislation.
There you go. We need to really start moving towards getting some legislation in effect on some of these issues that are going on to help counter a lot of the shit that's bringing us down as men, as fathers, as just people, period. And a lot of this shit with these women, the way they are, see, old girl got off too soon. The reason why these bitches are the way they are now is because we're only going to allow what's happening to happen unless we put a fucking stop to it. What you said earlier about how they need to hang some crooked, corrupt politicians out front of some of these government buildings. We need to really bring back some shit, man. Like lay our foot down on some shit, man.
For real.
I firmly believe if you get a gang of motherfuckers that really go up against these Me Too movement motherfuckers, that shit'll fade away, man. Did you just imagine if you had a bunch of stern, secure men on some Nation of Islam type shit that would go up against that fucking Me Too movement, the Me Too movement bitches? Yo, they're the reason why these bitches are the way they are now. Got too much of a fucking voice. They got too much to fucking say. Whatever happened to, bitch, shut the fuck up and do your duty as a woman. All that extra shit, that's uncalled for.
Preach.
Stay in the kitchen. Stay in the fucking kitchen. Cook the fucking food and maintain the child as far as in the household. Let the man do the rest. Let the man build the foundation. The moment you start giving these bitches the moment you start letting these bitches, you give them positions of power and authority and availability to start speaking and doing shit that's just out of their league. Because let's be for real, a woman is not built to lead at all. That's why we don't have a woman president.
Big Body, we've seen that matriarchy, all it leads to is a bunch of fucking women that want all of the benefits of being a man, but
without the responsibility.
But none of the responsibility that comes along with it.
Fucking crazy. I seen some shit the other day.
Got us. Patriarchy has led this fucking world for fucking millennia.
So, well, all right, gentlemen.
Hey, Brother Leon, real quick.
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
I seen some shit the other day that made me look at yo, what the fuck is this world really coming to? I was in Rutgers University the other day.
Oh, okay.
They really have a transgender bathroom. A transgender bathroom.
At least they're putting all them motherfuckers in their own bathroom.
Yeah.
No, like if you're a boy bitch and you want to go, sit down when you pee, you go in there. If you're a girl who thinks you're a boy, you want to sit down when you pee or whatever the case may be, you go in there. My thing is this: I don't want to be that guy that has to let my daughter go take a piss while we're out in public. You got some fucking guy who thinks he's a fucking woman or identifies himself as a woman going in the bathroom, standing up, pissing in the fucking toilet while my daughter's in there using the bathroom.
Hey, look, and you
I don't
already
need my
got
kids.
and you got schools already covering that shit up about guys that are trans raping girls in school bathrooms.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna have to continue some more of this good conversation. Like I said, guys, it is been a pleasure to have you both on my panel. And I just want to say this. As guys, we got to have some discipline. And, at the end of the day, you both were right. We can't keep giving women all the power without the responsibilities, because all that leads us to is destruction. Women run things on feelings, not logic, and that's the problem. And a number of them have revenge against men, even the men that they dealt with that we don't know about, and that's where the big hatred's from. So, at the end of the day, come on through next week, and we're gonna have some powerful stuff, brothers.
Hey, I dropped my link for my channel in the chat. Anybody, man? I ain't streaming now, but I will be streaming after the first of the year, man. Sub, and I'd appreciate it.
All right, yeah, likes and I'll drop. Hey, man, if you got your channel, you can drop it in there too. Drop it in the link.
No, I ain't gonna start that until beginning of next year.
Okay. All right. Well,
neither am I, but it never hurts to build up your audience.
That's right. So you're gonna have us over there anyway. So
hey, I'm cool with the people that are around, man. I'm not really a crowd type. If you're around, cool. If not, fuck it.
But hey, I appreciate you, brother Leon, and I enjoyed this this discussion, big body.
All right,
no problem.
All right, guys. I'm gonna drop you all down and salute. And then brother Matt, thank you for coming. Salute,
yes, sir.
And I look forward. Sorry about the last one. When the next Manosphere meetup comes, I'll let you know. But again, thank you for coming up on this panel, my brother. I'm gonna go get some sleep. It's 11 o'clock. And as always, you're always welcome up here, my brother.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Peace. Peace to the chat. And next week, we're going to have some more hard-hitting content, brother.
All right.
All right, bro. Peace. All right. Well, you are listening to the 401 Talk Zone radio show right here on YouTube. We had a good panel tonight, and I want everybody to understand that on this channel, this is Grown Folks Radio. We're going to continue to build it up. We're going to keep positivity. And, of course, we're going to talk about some hardcore issues here. Some of them you might not like, but it's not about liking. It's about understanding what's going on. My boy Roger Report, check his channel out. Hey, brother Roger Report, if you could spam your channel in the chat. I just modded you up. Spam your channel in there. Go over to his channel. He has some hard-hitting content as well. In fact, this channel is bigger than mine. But in the end, overall, when I talk about depression, a number of people have had depression. And going back to this murder-suicide, I'm just going to make some speculation right now. He was driven to the brink of collapse on the idea that he was going through a custody battle for 3 years. And I believe his ex-wife was using the kids against him, and then he did something wrong by going out there, having sex with another woman, and then he had another baby. That wasn't smart. Fellas, we got to be smarter with how we handle our lives. A lot of us get up here, we talk about women. It's all right to talk about the behavior, but we have to take responsibility for our action. Women do too. And in the end, there's no such thing as equality. Men and women are different. And I'm just going to give you my point of view that if we don't get a handle on the law, we're going to see more of this happening. Because in the end, when it comes to children, children are not a paycheck. Children are supposed to be our lineage. But the government allows children to be used as leverage for the woman. She gets custody 90% of the time. And if the father gets custody, at the end, here's what happens. She's going to try to find ways to keep the child in her care for money. Now, I'm not saying all women are like that, but a number of them are like that. It's up to us as guys. You heard Brother Angry Snowman. He was talking about 4D. Get in the books. Guys, start reading. Because if we want to make a difference, opting out of the system as far as making children, we can do that. But we got to create policies that are advantageous to us. And at the end of the day, it's okay to be a man. Masculinity is not dead. Society wants us as men to believe that we are tools. We're only a tool if we allow ourselves to be a tool. But at the end of the day, masculinity is what built this country. And we will always ride on masculinity. Why? Because it keeps us safe and comfortable. And that's my commentary for this edition of the 401 Talk Zone radio show right here on YouTube. If you like what I just presented, please comment, share, and subscribe. And if you're looking for some educational content, check out my Mind of STEM channel. On that channel, I give you a daily dose of science, technology, engineering, and math. And starting in 2022, I'm going to bring back my Blog Talk radio show, and I'm going to try to combine it with StreamYards. So individuals who can't get on the panel, they can call in, and they will also have a voice. Now, if you can't find me on YouTube or even Blog Talk Radio, the 401 Talk Zone radio show, you can find that on Twitter, MeWe, and Parler. I separate the content because the social content and the political content are good for the platforms that are made for politics. Now, my Mind is STEM. You can put that, you can view that also. If not on YouTube, check me out on Twitter and LinkedIn, because at the end of the day, I'm going to leave you with this. Be blessed for what you have. Don't worry about what you don't have. Always know the sun rises in the east and sets in the west. And again, if you're offended by what went on with our panel, or if you're not offended, I'm going to give you this little cliche. If it doesn't apply, let it fly. But if the shoe fits, wear it. If you don't like the shoe, change it. And once again, thank you for listening to this edition of 401 Talk Zone radio show right here on YouTube. Till next time, my name is Leon Jones. I want you all to have a wonderful and gracious night. God bless you. I'm out.